Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 17, The Plea. At the manor of the Prime Court Magus. Within the hot springs garden. An earthen glow emanated from a patch of grass within the hot springs garden. Earth-style magic, supergravity field. Right now, Linley was dressed only in a pair of long pants, his upper body bare as he trained in the grass. Those muscles on his bare upper body rippled like water. There wasn't a trace of excess flesh. Right now, Linley's body, organs, veins, and arteries were all being forced to withstand a gravity 4 times stronger than normal. Fortunately, after becoming a dragon blood warrior, Linley's body had reached new heights in power. Linley's legs were arched in a bow-drawing stance, and his 2 hands were raised parallel by his sides, each holding up a giant boulder. Each of these boulders weighed over 100 pounds. Under the quadruple gravity field, the 2 combined weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. His legs as taut as steel cables, Linley's body was as straight as a quill. His gaze, fixed in front of him, didn't waver either. 1 drop of sweat after another rolled down Linley's body, covering his entire body in sweat. But Linley persevered. Despite being designated the Prime Court Magus for the kingdom, Linley continued to train non-stop every day. His guards stood solemnly outside, alongside 2 female attendants who were ready to answer Linley's call at any moment. The door to the hot springs garden, however, was closed. Whenever Linley was training, no one was permitted to enter. Once, His Majesty King Clady, ruler of Fenley, had come to the manor. The palace attendant ignored the guards at the hot springs garden and charged in directly, instructing Linley to meet with His Majesty. Linley immediately issued an order for that attendant to receive 20 strikes of the military rod. That physically weak attendant ended up being beaten to death. But afterwards, King Clady didn't blame Linley in the slightest. On the contrary, he berated his subordinates, telling them that while at the hot springs garden, they absolutely must obey Linley's rules. Lord Linley always is so hard-working when he trains. He's spent an entire day in there. When he's not engaging in warrior training, he is engaging in magus training. I think the only time he ever rests is the time he spends in his stone sculpting. 1 female attendant said in a low voice. The other female attendant also nodded. I've never seen such a hard-working noble before. In the previous household I worked for, the instructor for the warriors himself only spent 4 hours a day training. The nearby guardian knights of the Radiant Church also felt a great deal of admiration for Linley. Most geniuses, after their initial glory, would begin to fall behind. Each year, the Radiant Church would train a good number of geniuses. However, not only were none of those geniuses as outstanding as Linley, once their status had risen, they would become totally distracted by the material pleasures of the world and fall behind. If Lord Linley continues like this, in all likelihood, he will be the youngest combatant of the 9th rank in history, and the youngest saint level in history as well. One of the guardian knights said softly. The other guardian knight also nodded. All of these people very much admired Linley's painstaking diligence in training. Only, Lord Linley is a bit too strict and severe. One of the female attendants said in an unhappy voice. In their hearts, Linley was handsome, young, had high standards for himself, and powerful. He had a future. A person like him could be considered to be all but perfect. Only, he was extremely severe towards others. Even when dealing with female servants like them, he didn't act with any gentleness or affection. What these people didn't know was that although Linley did engage in stone sculpting, he wasn't really resting. When he was stone sculpting, he was increasing his spiritual energy at the fastest rate possible. Linley's was increasing his power at every moment. Within the hot springs garden. An hour of warriors' training had come to an end. Linley began to activate the dragon blood battle chi in his body, and that tired, weary feeling disappeared. From a nearby box, Linley withdrew a straight chisel, then walked over to one of those 2 boulders he had dropped onto the grass. These were used by Linley when stone sculpting. Staring at these boulders and their internal lines and structure, Linley began to mentally design a sculpture. In the blink of an eye, a mental image of a warrior's face was formed. A hint of a smile on his face, the straight chisel in Linley's hand began to move. In a very rhythmic pattern, the straight chisel flew and chopped about, causing shattered bits of stone to fly everywhere. Linley knew exactly what he was doing, and so each chop was made with absolute confidence, and the strength he used was just right. What a wonderful feeling! Linley's spirit became submerged within the ebbs and vibrations of the surrounding earth elemental essence, allowing him to sense the lines and cracks of the stone. Linley's spirit also submerged into the surrounding wind elemental essence, allowing every single stroke of the knife to reach the peak of perfection in accuracy. Nature. Linley's soul had become one with nature, and like a benevolent mother, nature surrounded Linley's soul, allowing it to grow, to strengthen. Whew! Letting out a breath, Linley withdrew his straight chisel. After spending 2 hours, this giant boulder had been transformed into a rough outline. As for the fine details, Linley planned to finish those tomorrow. Every day, Linley set limits on how much time he could spend on his stone sculpting. He had to use the right complement of training regimes to achieve the maximum effect in terms of raising his power. Training started every day at 5 in the morning, while now, it was 8 o'clock. It was time for Linley to eat breakfast. Putting down his straight chisel, Linley stepped out of his pants and into the hot springs pool. Lying within the hot springs, feeling the hot springs water rush against his muscles, Linley closed his eyes comfortably, finally allowing himself some time to rest. "Enter!" Linley suddenly shouted. Those 2 female attendants who had been quietly standing outside the door this entire time immediately entered with 2 trays. Those round trays were covered with all sorts of delicacies and fruits. "Lord Linley." Those 2 female attendants put the 2 round trays down on the nearby table, then respectfully awaited Linley's commands. While obediently standing to the side, those 2 female attendants couldn't help but sneak peeks at Linley. Linley's naked, muscular, reclining male body was indeed a source of fascination to them. "You can go for now," Linley said calmly. "Yes, milord." The 2 female attendants immediately left respectfully. From start to finish, Linley had not glanced at them even once. Next, Linley stepped out of the pool, put on a set of clean underwear and clothes, then sat on a chair and began to eat breakfast. Swish! A black shadow rushed out from the faraway grassy fields. It was Bibi. Before this, when Linley was training and stone sculpting, Bibi was napping. "Boss, it's time for breakfast, eh?" "All right, this big piece of roast meat is mine." Bibi's eyes instantly were drawn to a particular large piece of roasted magical beast meat. Linley chuckled. "Grandpa Douring, do we really have no method available to us to deal with that Clady at present?" Linley mentally said to Douring Coward. Douring Coward flew out of the coiling dragon ring. Seating himself on another chair, he smiled at Linley. "Linley, Clady is a warrior of the 9th rank. The gap between the 2 of you is too vast. Even if you assume the complete dragon form, you are only a warrior of the early stage 8th rank. Oh, wait, now that you are currently a late stage warrior of the 6th rank, when you assume the dragon form, you can be considered to be a late stage warrior of the 8th rank. But nonetheless, you are far from being a match for Clady." Linley felt very unwilling to accept this. He knew, now, that the person who had instructed his mother to be abducted by Duke Patterson was King Clady. But right now, he had no chance of dealing with Clady at all. "The only choice I have is to continue training hard." Linley unconsciously balled his fists, with the fork in his hands warping from his strength. In the early ranks, the extra boost provided by the dragon form transformation was especially large. As a warrior of the late stage 6th rank, based on his current training regime, in about half a year, there was hope for Linley to reach the 7th rank. Upon reaching the 7th rank of power, when using the dragon form, Linley would be able to step into the early stage 9th rank. Lord Linley. The voice of a female attendant could be heard from outside. Come in. Linley said calmly. Only now did the female attendant rush in. Respectfully, she said, Lord Linley, outside, there's a young lady named Alice who wishes to meet you. Alice. Linley's eyelids flickered. He looked at the female attendant. Bring her to the guest hall. I will be there shortly. Linley stood up as he spoke. Yes, Lord Linley. The female attendant didn't dare to tease Linley in the slightest. They all knew how legendarily severe Linley was with his subordinates. Alice was clutching a glass of water, seeming very ill at ease. For her to come beg Linley was asking a lot of her. But she had no other choice. Footsteps could be heard. Alice's entire body shook, and she immediately turned her head to look. Dressed in a loose, long robe, Linley smiled as he entered from an inner hall. Seeing Alice look at him, he immediately nodded and smiled back. Alice, long time no see. As he spoke, Linley sat down at the host's seat. Alice could clearly feel that Linley's attitude was now totally different from a year ago. A year ago, Linley was still very young and immature. But now, Linley carried himself with the unconscious noble grace and poise. Just from that faint smile, one could sense his grandeur. A grandeur which only came from someone being assured of his high status. Big Brother Linley. Alice forced her voice to sound calm, but even despite that, her voice still trembled slightly. Would you like to eat some fruit? I remember that you love to eat olives. Linley glanced at one of his female attendants. A short time later, the female attendant returned with a plate of fruit. Thank you. Alice picked up an olive and took a small bite. At this moment, Alice couldn't help but think back to when she and Linley had eaten olives together. Back then, Linley had fed them to her. Alice couldn't help but turn to look up at Linley, only to find that Linley was smiling at her. Big Brother Linley. Alice put down the fruit, looking at Linley. There's something I want to ask your help with. You need my help. Linley had already guessed at the reason behind this visit of Alice's. Go ahead. Linley said directly. Alice took a deep breath, then looked at Linley seriously. Big Brother Linley, you already know about what is happening with Kaelin's clan. I think, Kaelin and the others are innocent. I hope you, Big Brother Linley, can help them and say a few words on their behalf to His Majesty. I hope you can wash away these unjust accusations and return their innocence to them. I know that His Majesty will definitely give you face. Linley couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Innocence. Others might not be aware, but how could he, who had killed Patterson, be unaware? When he had killed Patterson, Patterson had personally told him about this smuggling affair. There was an 80% to 90% chance that this was with regards to the Debs clan. Wash away these unjust accusations. Why do you believe they are innocent? Alice, how much do you really know about the Debs clan? Linley looked at Alice. Alice was startled. It had taken her a tremendous amount of courage to force out those words just now. But after Linley answered her with a question, she had a feeling that Linley wasn't going to help. She suddenly wanted to cry. She felt extremely miserable. Alice stood up. Curtsying towards Linley, she said, Big Brother Linley, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come here today. I know that in the past, I hurt you very deeply. For me to come now and ask you to help save the Debs clan is really excessive of me. It's okay if you don't help. I won't blame you. As Alice saw it, Linley and Kaelin were rivals in love. It was already very kind of Linley not to throw more stones in the drying well, to kick him when he was down. As he looked at Alice, Linley's heart was very calm. With regards to his failed relationship with his first love, Linley now regarded it only as a bygone dream. The current Linley had already experienced the battle in the Foggy Valley, the transformation into a dragon blood warrior, and the death of his father. And now, he had embarked on a dark road of vengeance. On the road to vengeance, the thing which Linley had to do was to suppress himself, to be cruel, to be cold, to not slacken in the slightest. The current Linley was, mentally, far stronger than he had been a year ago, and far more mature as well. That young, naive Linley of a year ago couldn't compare at all to the current Linley. He also wasn't the Linley that Alice thought he was. After having experienced so much, he had matured. Linley had experienced far too much. Big brother Linley, I'll leave now. Alice immediately stood to leave. Her tears at the precipice of coming out. Alice. Linley stood up as well, stretching his hand out and resting it against Alice's shoulders. Alice turned her head to stare at Linley in amazement. Linley was gazing at her. In a serious voice, he said, "Alice, there's so much that you don't know. Whether or not the Debs clan is innocent isn't something that you can determine. However, since you made up your mind to come ask me for help, I won't just stand by and watch. But, whether or not I'll be able to succeed in saving them is another question." Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 18, The Visit. Alice felt her heart suddenly tremble. A warm feeling suddenly rushed into her heart, a sensation of thankfulness mixed with a boundless regret. Big brother Linley, thank you. Thank you. Alice couldn't help but repeat herself. Her tears were already beginning to shimmer in her eyes. The tears of excitement. Linley smiled. Go back. This afternoon, I'll pay a visit to His Majesty at his palace. Linley could feel that right now, his heart was very calm when he saw Alice. When seeing Alice, all he was seeing was a female friend whom he was on good terms with. Nothing more. All right. Thank you. Alice glanced at Linley one more time, then turned her head and left, her thoughts extremely complicated. Originally, Alice was afraid that because in the past, she had hurt Linley, Linley would feel hatred for Kaelin, which would cause Linley not to help save Kaelin. But Linley's reaction had been totally out of her expectations. Linley wasn't agitated at all. He was very calm. Watching Alice's departing back, Linley sat down. Grabbing a fruit, he began to casually eat it. At this time, Bibi popped out as well. Boss, you're gonna help that Alice? If it were me, I would have kicked her out long ago. Heck, it's enough that you didn't just slap her to death with one palm. Bibi said unhappily. Linley glanced at Bibi. Bibi, humans aren't magical beasts. At this time, Dourang Coward flew out of the coiling dragon ring. Looking at Linley with an approving gaze, he said, Linley, you performed very well. I was a bit worried that you'd have a child's temper and shoo her away, throwing another stone into a drying well. A child's temper? Linley was startled. In Dourang Coward's eyes, such behavior was indeed that of a child. That's right. Women, PSH. They are all over the place. Dourang Coward chuckled. Linley was instantly speechless. He was very much not in favor of Dourang Coward's viewpoint on women, which was rather similar to the viewpoints of Yale and Reynolds. All right, enough chat. I need to continue my training. Linley immediately rose and returned to the hot springs garden. As far as Linley was considered, Alice was nothing more than a side episode, incapable of affecting his mood. Right now, the only thing Linley cared about was avenging his father. His Majesty is in his study, laboring over affairs of state. Lord Linley, please come with me to the study. The palace attendant said respectfully. Linley nodded. Bibi standing on his shoulders, Linley followed the attendant towards the study. After a while, they finally arrived. Your Majesty. Lord Linley has arrived. The palace attendant called out loudly from outside the door to the study. Clady, who had been absorbed in reading some texts, raised his head. When his tiger-like gaze landed upon Linley, his eyes shone excitedly. Laughing loudly, he said, "Linley. Quick, come in. There's no need for the two of us to stand on so much ceremony." "Yes, your Majesty." Linley laughed faintly as he entered the study. Clady, in Linley's eyes, really was a bold, straightforward man, and was incredibly polite when interacting with Linley, never using his position as the king to try and bully him. "If it wasn't for my father's death," Linley mused to himself, "perhaps you and I would have become friends. But there will come a day where I must kill you. Right now, the only thing I am lacking is an opportunity." Linley had never hesitated in his determination to kill Clady. As soon as he had the opportunity, he would definitely kill him. Clady clinked wine cups with Linley in a toast, took a sip, then said, "Linley. It is quite rare that you voluntarily come pay a visit to the palace. What business do you, my prime court magus, have to discuss with me today?" Linley chuckled. The prime court magus actually had quite a few responsibilities, but Linley had never undertaken any of them. He allowed the other court magi to assume many of the responsibilities, and Clady had never given him any pressure. After all, Linley was only a servant of the kingdom of Fenley in name. All he was doing, was showing that he, Linley, considered himself to be on Clady's side. "It's true that I came here today to discuss something." Linley smiled as he looked at Clady. "With the Debs clan under suspicion of smuggling water jade, your Majesty ordered that Kalen and Bernard be seized, right?" "That is so." Clady frowned as he looked at Linley. "What, you've also come to speak on their behalf?" Over this period of time, quite a few nobles had come to speak on behalf of the Debs clan. The reason they had done this was because the Debs clan had made use of their fortune. "If you really want to save their clan, I can indeed give you face," Clady said forthrightly. The only thing Clady really wanted to do was to break the power structure that had been erected by his younger brother Patterson. As for the Debs clan, he was going to dispose of them just as a matter of course. He was totally willing to pardon the Debs clan in exchange for Linley now owing him a favor. After all, even if he were to pardon the Debs clan, he could also squeeze them for quite a hefty price in the process. No, Linley only shook his head. "I haven't come to speak on their behalf." "What?" Clady looked curiously at Linley. Linley said casually, "Your Majesty, the question of whether or not the Debs clan engaged in the smuggling of water jade naturally has to be handled in a fair, above-board manner." "Oh." Clady looked questioningly at Linley. "Then Linley, the reason you came today was because—" Linley laughed. "I'm thinking that it's enough for you to have seized the clan leader, Bernard, due to your suspicion that the Debs clan engaged in the smuggling of water jade. As for his son, there's no need to seize him. After all, what's the point of seizing a successor? If you seize the first one, they'll still have a second one. As long as their clan isn't exterminated, someone will continue the line." "Linley, you mean to say?" Clady looked at Linley. Linley looked back at Clady. "Your Majesty, I hope you can release Kalen." "Oh, release Kalen. I heard that you and Kalen—" Clady had done a very thorough investigation on Linley. Naturally, he knew of the complicated history between Linley, Kalen, and Alice. Linley let out a helpless laugh. "Your Majesty, that was a long time ago." Clady reminded him, "Linley, I must remind you that based on my investigations, this Kalen fellow is a very vicious, narrow-minded person who can hold a grudge." "I know." Linley nodded slightly. Based on the few interactions he had with Kalen, Linley had already sensed that Kalen viewed him with hostility. And, Linley knew that during the 7-day exhibition of his sculpture, Awakening from the Dream, someone had desired to destroy it. Destroying a sculpture was an act which benefited nobody. Aside from Kalen, Linley couldn't think of anyone else who would want to destroy Awakening from the Dream. Then why do you help him? Clady continued. Your Majesty. Do you believe a narrow-minded man of limited vision such as him is someone I would be concerned about? Smiling, Linley looked at Clady. Clady blinked, then laughed as well. Right. In the past, it could be said that you and Kalen were old acquaintances. But now, not only does he not wish to befriend you, he even harbors enmity towards you. It is his father who continues to try and befriend you. Compared to his father, Kalen's vision really is very limited. Clady laughed loudly. Clady patted Linley on the shoulders. Don't worry. I'll instruct Merritt to handle this case fairly and to investigate everything thoroughly. The Debs clan definitely won't suffer any injustice. But if the Debs clan really was guilty of smuggling water jade, I won't allow them to escape punishment either. Right. Handle the case fairly. Linley nodded. On the way back home in the carriage, BB was lying atop of Linley's thighs. Wow, boss, you are so evil. The leader of the Debs clan definitely engaged in smuggling. Later on, his clan will be finished. Even if Kalen is able to escape for now, in the future, he'll still be in terrible straits. BB said excitedly. BB had wanted to destroy Kalen a long time ago. Linley shook his head with a laugh. Whether or not the Debs clan really will be finished is hard to say. For example, they could give the majority of their clan's fortune directly to King Clady, and perhaps Clady would give them a way out. But no matter what, now that they've fallen into Clady's hands, even if they don't die, they'll lose several layers of skin and flesh. Linley fully understood how dark the world of nobles could be. Although on the surface, they talked about handling things fairly, that was nothing more than a sham. Compared to Clady, the Debs clan is too weak. Linley shook his head. That puny little Kalen was someone Linley had never worried about. Kalen simply wasn't even close to being on the same level as Linley. The one Linley wanted to deal with was Clady. "Milord, we have arrived," the driver said respectfully. Linley pushed open the carriage door and stepped out. With a leap, BB hopped onto Linley's shoulders again. Just as Linley was about to enter his manor, a gate guard said respectfully, "Lord, a guest just came by. He's currently in the main hall waiting for you." A guest? In the main hall? Linley felt suspicious. There often would be nobles coming to visit Linley, but without his permission to come in, all of them would quietly wait outside. Only people with a very high status, such as Duke Patterson or King Clady, or Cardinal Guillermo, would directly head to the main hall, instead of waiting outside. Who is it? Linley couldn't help but ask. No clue, but in his hands, he was holding the medal of a cardinal. The guard said respectfully. As a knight of the Radiant Church, he was very familiar with the insignias of the cardinals. Each cardinal only had a single medal. Naturally, some extremely powerful ascetics had medals as well. Possession of a medal implied a certain status, representing that this person's position was no less than that of a cardinal. An insignia. Linley was startled. Without hesitating at all, Linley immediately went towards the main hall. By the time Linley passed through the walkway and reached the main hall, he was shocked by who he saw. Within the main hall was a middle-aged, black-haired man wearing a long, loose robe. Judging from appearances, he was in his 30s or 40s. He gave off an indolent, lazy aura. When Linley saw this middle-aged man, that middle-aged man seemed to sense him as well. He immediately looked over towards Linley, a look of excitement in his eyes. "Master Linley, you came." Master Linley. Linley's mind was full of questions, but he quickly entered the main hall. "You are, oh, I remember now. You were that one who made the bid of 10 million gold coins." Linley remembered now. During the sculpture auction of Awakening from the Dream, this middle-aged man was the one who had bid 10 million. The middle-aged man nodded excitedly. "I didn't expect Master Linley to remember me. This makes me so excited." Oh, right. Let me introduce myself. My name is, Caesar 11 Psi. Caesar. Linley had never heard this name before. Caesar. Douring Coward's voice suddenly boomed out in Linley's mind. I didn't imagine that little freak Caesar would still remain on this plane, in the Yulan Continent. Linley was startled. Grandpa Douring knew the Caesar? Grandpa Douring was from a long-gone era. If he knew this man, then how old would the Caesar be? Linley, this Caesar is a total freak. His rate of improvement in strength is extremely fast, and he kills without blinking. When I was alive, he had already entered the saint level. Although back then, he was only an early stage saint level, after 5,000 years, based on his rate of improvement, he is most likely far more powerful now. Linley's heart clenched. The man in front of him appeared to be only 30 or 40, but was actually already a saint-level combatant during Douring Coward's era. Douring Coward had only lived for 1,000 years before dying, but this Caesar, if one were to count accurately, had been alive for nearly 6,000 years now. A 6,000-year-old freak. Master Linley, what is it? Caesar said with concern. Your face seems to have a rather unpleasant look. Nothing, Mr. Caesar. Please, sit. Linley forcibly calmed himself down, but whenever he thought of who this person in front of him was, he couldn't help but be stunned. A 6,000-year-old freak, a supercombatant who had survived from the era of the Poent Empire until the modern era. He had already been a saint-level combatant back then. And now? Master Linley, I am very much in awe of your sculpting skills. If it weren't for the fact that Delia, that little girl, begged me, that day I definitely would have bought your sculpture. Caesar pursed his lips as he spoke, but then his eyes lit up. So Master Linley, when are you and that Delia girl getting married? Married? No matter how stunned Linley had been by Caesar, upon hearing these words, Linley's eyes bulged out of his sockets as he stared speechlessly at Caesar. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 19, The King of Killers. Caesar stared at Linley suspiciously. What? Can it be that the little girl of the Liang clan isn't your fiancée? Fiancée? Linley mouthed the words. Seeing Linley's reaction, Caesar seemed to understand something. Laughing, he said, Ha ha, how amusing, how amusing. Master Linley, I must say, that little Miss Delia of the Liang clan has spent quite a lot of trouble on your half. She's spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, and also gold in order to buy that sculpture of yours, Awakening from the Dream. Linley stared questioningly at Caesar. Mr. Caesar, can you perhaps tell me where you heard that Delia was my fiancée, and that we were going to get married? Caesar stroked his goatee. Delightedly, he said, mustn't say, mustn't say. But in his mind, Caesar thought back to the contents of the letter which Delia had her servant deliver to him. He mused to himself, for a girl to have the courage to act in such a way shows that her feelings towards Linley are genuine. Best I not say anything, lest I end up embarrassing that little girl, Delia. Caesar knew that when a girl told him certain things, it would be rather morally wrong for him to spread it to others as well. He, Caesar, was a very principled man. Linley buried his curiosity. After all, Caesar describing Delia as his fiancée was a small matter. This man in front of him was a 6,000-year-old freak. This was what mattered. Mr. Caesar, for you to be here with one of the medals of the Radiant Church, does that mean you have come to me on the business of the Radiant Church? Linley intentionally tried to probe the reason the man had come. Caesar sat down with a dramatic gesture, then shook his head. The Radiant Church? Don't lump me in with those fellows from the Radiant Church. Then this medal. Linley stared questioningly at Caesar. Caesar casually said, Oh. It's from back when I killed that cardinal. I figured this medal would eventually come in handy, so I took it from his corpse. On occasion, I'd take it out and present it. I've got to say, it really has come in handy over the years. Killed a cardinal, then casually swiped his medal. Linley's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but feel cold. This Caesar in front of him really was an extremely forceful person. Douring Coward's voice rang out in Linley's mind again. Linley, back when I was alive, Caesar had already entered the saint level. At that time, the Radiant Church wasn't too powerful. After 5,000 years, Caesar is definitely at an extremely terrifying level of power. The Radiant Church wouldn't offend him just because he killed a cardinal. After all, Caesar is a saint-level assassination specialist. A saint-level combatant such as him is far more dangerous than your ordinary saint-level combatant. What's more, an assassination specialist, upon reaching the peak of the saint level, is even more dangerous. After hearing Douring Coward's words, Linley began to understand. In the past, when he was in the mountain range of magical beasts, he had encountered assassins as well. Linley knew very well that despite only being of the 6th rank as well, a specially trained assassin of the 6th rank could be far more dangerous than other combatants of the 6th rank. Because assassins specialized in ambush and in one-hit kills. When they killed someone, they acted with no scruples or honor at all. Most saint-level combatants, on the other hand, cared greatly about their personal honor and reputation. A peak-stage saint-level combatant who had no shame and who was an assassin possessed terrifying power. That's the reason why the Radiant Church has never tried to recover the medal from Caesar. This is also the reason why Caesar is able to live so openly in the holy capital, Fenley City. Douring Coward sighed. This Caesar is really living a rather comfortable life. Hearing these words from Douring Coward, Linley couldn't help but feel admiration for Caesar. What, are you afraid? Caesar saw that Linley had fallen silent. He couldn't help but grin at Linley. Relax, that was a long time ago. It has been quite a while since I've last killed someone. Quite a while? How long a period of time was that? Remembering that the man in front of him was a 6,000-year-old assassin, Linley wasn't too sure. I'm fine. I'm just amazed by Mr. Caesar's prowess, that you could kill a cardinal of the Radiant Church, but still live openly here in the holy capital. Linley smiled. Caesar's eyes lit up, and he clapped Linley on the shoulders, nodding. Not bad, not bad. You really are a master sculptor, your mental fortitude is far stronger than most others. Despite knowing my power, you aren't frightened in the slightest. Master Linley, I've come to pay you a visit because I wish to ask something of you. Caesar looked at Linley, speaking with sincerity. Linley quickly said, Mr. Caesar, please speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely assist. But Caesar put on a stern look, saying, Master Linley, I, Caesar, have always hated owing favors to others. Since I'm asking a favor of you, naturally I will assist you with something as well. Linley felt joy in his heart. A favor of an assassin who had reached the saint level over 5,000 years ago was priceless. In Linley's mind, a thought quickly flashed by, kill Clady. This entire time, Linley had been bitterly trying to come up with a way to deal with Clady, or perhaps capture and interrogate him. Linley absolutely had to find out what happened to his mother. But in terms of both personal power and total forces available, Clady was far more powerful than Linley. He had no way at all to deal with Clady. But now, Linley had a way. If I were to invite the Caesar to go kidnap Clady, that shouldn't be too hard. Linley began to grow excited. This problem had already vexed him for a long time. It seemed as though he could resolve it now. Mr. Caesar, please tell me what you need. Linley said seriously. Caesar said boldly, fine, then I'll just say it outright. Rubbing his goatee, Caesar's attitude was that of chatting with an old friend. I don't have too many hobbies. Women, I like. In the past, killing was also a hobby. But after I got bored of killing, I began to take an interest in art. And naturally, I am most infatuated by stone sculpting, that highest of art forms. Master Linley, last time, I felt a great deal of regret for being unable to purchase your sculpture, Awakening from the Dream. When I went back, I couldn't even sleep well at night. After tossing and turning many times, I decided to come pay a visit to you in person. Mr. Caesar, what are you trying to say? Linley's brow was furrowed. He had already sold off the sculpture, Awakening from the Dream. Delia had been the one to buy it. I was hoping to ask you, Master Linley, to help me carve a sculpture. Caesar looked hopefully at Linley. Easily done. Linley quickly agreed. Every day, he spent a few hours training himself by carving sculptures. To spend some of that time carving one for Caesar was an easy task. I have a few secondary requirements for this sculpture. Caesar stood up, looking a bit embarrassed. Embarrassed? Right, this 6,000-year-old freak seemed a bit embarrassed. Mr. Caesar, feel free to explain. Linley looked at Caesar with curiosity. Caesar chortled. Master Linley, I hope, this sculpture will be of me, and will capture my unique aura. Use you as my model? Your unique aura? Linley was startled. Seeing the look on Linley's face, Caesar quickly said, What, will that be hard? No. That isn't it? Linley shook his head, frowning. Using you as the model is very easy. Having seen you once, it's easy for me to remember what you look like. I can sculpt you without any problems. But it's a bit more complicated to imbue the statue with your unique aura as well. This is because every person has a different aura at different times, such as one aura for when they are angry, another when they are happy, still another when they are sad, or wounded, or both angry and sad. Caesar immediately laughed. Easy. The aura I want, is the aura I have when I am at my manliest. Your manliest? Linley looked questioningly at Caesar. Mr. Caesar, when do you feel you are at your manliest? Linley was beginning to wonder if this 6,000-year-old freak had some mental problems. Caesar said confidently, I believe that I appear manliest when I am killing someone. My nickname is the King of Killers for a reason, you know. Caesar, the King of Killers. This was a very terrifying name in the Yulan Continent. Neither the four great empires nor the two major alliances wished to offend this individual. Even the four major assassins' guilds, if they were forced to nominate the most outstanding person within their ranks, would without question select this person who had dominated the Yulan Continent for over 5,000 years. Caesar, the King of Killers. A peak stage saint-level combatant, and specialized in assassination techniques. In terms of the numbers and complexity of assassination techniques he possessed, he had already reached the pinnacle of perfection in this field. Those people who had received some training from Caesar went so far as to say his assassination techniques had reached the field of artistry. The strongest assassin. The King of Killers. Although there were quite a few people in the Yulan Continent who had become peak stage saint-level combatants, such as the Holy Emperor of the Radiant Church, or the Dark Patriarch of the Cult of Shadows, or that Lord Fallen Leaf of the Radiant Church. And of course, the four great empires each had their own peak stage saint levels. But without question, every single one of these combatants were wary of the King of Killers, Caesar. Because in terms of assassination, none of them could match him. The power of the peak stage saint-level King of Killers was simply too terrifying. Even the four great empires and the two major alliances held fast to the principle of, do not offend him if it is at all possible to avoid doing so, much less the other major clans of the Yulan Continent. Originally, during the auction, Cardinal Lampson and Cardinal Guillermo had been prepared to bid an extremely high price so Linley would feel grateful towards them. But upon seeing Caesar make a bid, they were so scared they no longer dared to bid at all. Even that old servant of the Leon clan, Shaw, had been terrified upon seeing Caesar, the King of Killers. Afterwards, only after Delia had wrote Caesar a letter and obtained his agreement did Delia dare to make another bid. From this, one could tell how truly formidable this king of killers was. Despite him having a medal of a cardinal for so many years, the Radiant Church had never tried to regain it, and allowed Caesar to use it to deceive others as he pleased without a peep of protest. This was their show of goodwill towards Caesar. As for that cardinal he had killed, the only thing that could be said was that he died in vain. When killing someone, Linley shook his head. "Mr. Caesar, I've never seen you kill anyone. How would I know what you are like when you kill someone?" At present, Linley still knew very little regarding the names of the saint-level combatants of the Yulan Continent. Even the world-famous king of killers, Caesar, he had never heard of before. "That's easy. I'll just show you right now what it looks like when I kill someone. Watch carefully." Caesar's attitude instantly changed. "Wait!" Linley hurriedly shouted out in alarm. "Mr. Caesar, please don't kill anyone in my home. Who said I was going to kill someone? I'm just going to show off the way I look when I kill someone, that's all." Caesar glanced at Linley rather sourly. Linley laughed awkwardly. In his heart, he was filled with a great deal of trepidation towards this king of killers, Caesar. When he heard Caesar say he was going to show how he looked upon killing someone, Linley was instantly frightened and wanted to stop him. "Watch carefully. Pretend my target is that flower vase in front of us," Caesar said calmly. Caesar's previous attitude had totally changed. He became calm. In the blink of an eye, that lazy, indolent aura of Caesar's totally disappeared, and he became someone without a hint of an aura, without a hint of power, without a hint of emotion. Cold. Calm. Linley didn't see anything at all. He only felt the air tremble slightly, and then the flower vase in front of Linley suddenly started to disintegrate, 1 inch at a time. Right. As clearly as can be, the flower vase had disintegrated, 1 inch at a time. This sensation totally stunned Linley. So this is the king of killers. In Linley's mind, he firmly memorized this moment. When making his move, Caesar's expression hadn't changed in the slightest. At that moment, Caesar had seemed totally emotionless, and he had coldly stared at everything in the manor. It was as though in his eyes, all life was nothing more a blade of grass. Killing someone was nothing more than cutting a blade of grass. But Linley also had the feeling that, when Caesar had made his move, all of his attention had been focused on that flower vase. As though the entire universe had been reduced to the flower vase, and nothing else had existed. That strange, bizarre feeling made Linley want to vomit blood. "Did you see it?" Caesar once more became energetic and animated. Casually sitting down, he crossed his legs and looked up at Linley. "What do you think? Do you agree that I look the manliest at that type of moment? I've relied on this technique to win the hearts of quite a few young ladies, you know." Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 20, Poison. Linley firmly etched the scene into his mind. Faced with Caesar's questions, Linley nodded. "Very charismatic. I've already committed that scene to memory. However, I'm afraid it will be quite difficult for me to make a carving on the same level of awakening from the dream again." A masterpiece-level sculpture appearing in the world was a rare event indeed. In the past, Linley had been thoroughly heartbroken, and had poured all of his emotions into that carving, allowing himself to forget everything else in the world and attain that most mysterious of states. Only then was he able to complete such a sculpture. For him, in his current state, to attempt to carve another sculpture of that level was virtually impossible. "As long as you, Master Linley, are the sculptor, I'll be satisfied. I don't ask that it be on the same level as awakening from the dream, only that it is on the same level as most master-level sculptures," Caesar said with a laugh. Linley nodded. If that was the case, Linley had total confidence in his abilities. "Mr. Caesar, how about this? I will produce the sculpture you requested in about a month. What do you say? Actually, Linley only needed 3 days, but he wanted to give himself sufficient time. Caesar nodded. All right. 1 month is a very short period of time. I'm not in a hurry. I have all the time in the world. Haha. Master Linley, if you have anything you want me to help with, feel free to tell me. As long as I can accomplish it, I will definitely do it for you. Caesar said magnanimously. Linley couldn't help but feel rather nervous. With Patterson killed by him, the only target in Linley's mind now was Clady. To kill or to capture Clady wasn't something which Linley was currently capable of. But Caesar, the king of killers, definitely was capable. Mr. Caesar, if I were to ask you to capture one of the rulers of a kingdom belonging to the Holy Union, would you agree? Linley resisted the urge to be rash, and instead first sounded Caesar out. Caesar was startled. He stared questioningly at Linley. Capture a king? Linley nodded heavily. Yes. Caesar frowned. After a short pause, he looked at Linley. How about this? Let me ask you something first. If I were to help you capture this ruler, would you kill him? Most likely. Linley replied honestly. Lying to a king of killers would most likely be quite unwise. As for killing Clady, if his mother really had died in Clady's hands, how could Linley not seek vengeance? Linley had a dark premonition. There had been no trace of his mother for so many years. Most likely, she was dead, or perhaps imprisoned somewhere. No matter what the case, he would seek vengeance for his mother. Kill a king. Caesar looked at Linley. Linley looked back with hope in his eyes. In Caesar's heart, he understood that although in terms of status, a cardinal was somewhat more important than a king, the impact caused by the murder of a king would be greater than that caused by the murder of a cardinal. A dead cardinal could instantly be replaced by the Radiant Church. But the death of a king would cause countless battles and strife within a kingdom. At the same time, the Radiant Church would yet again be unhappy with him. This request of yours, forgive me for being unable to fulfill it. Caesar looked seriously at Linley. Linley, the impact caused by the murder of a king is too great. And, this entire time, the Radiant Church has treated me quite well. I don't wish to set the Radiant Church and my Saber organization up as enemies just for the sake of a sculpture. Behind Caesar, the king of killers, was the Saber organization, one of the 4 great assassins' guilds. Caesar knew what was important and what was not. A single sculpture wasn't worth allowing cracks to appear in the friendly relationship between himself and the Radiant Church. All these years, the Radiant Church had treated him with courtesy, something Caesar understood in his heart. He couldn't be a selfish wolf who repaid the Church's kindness by acting against one of their kings. Change your request. Caesar said apologetically. Linley suddenly felt powerless. Perhaps in terms of power, Caesar didn't care about Clady at all, but Clady's status had convinced Caesar to stay his hand. Linley forced himself to remain calm. Mr. Caesar, I would like to ask, do you have any method by which I, a magus of the 7th rank, can kill a combatant of the 9th rank? Linley asked. Caesar glanced at Linley. After a short silence, he said, I have quite a few assassination methods. But one which would allow a magus of the 7th rank to assassinate a combatant of the 9th rank? This is challenging. As he spoke, Caesar began to consider this question. In the mind of this king of killers who hadn't killed anyone in a long time, one assassination method after another began to speed through his mind. Linley didn't dare to disrupt Caesar's train of thought. He stood there quietly. Suddenly, Caesar turned to look at Linley. The combatant of the 9th rank, would this be a warrior or a magus? If this person is a magus, I have a method. Warrior. Linley immediately said. Dealing with a warrior and dealing with a magus required totally different methods. Hearing Linley explain that this was a warrior of the 9th rank, Caesar's head began to hurt. Linley could only wait there urgently. Oh! I have an idea. Caesar's eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to Linley. Haha, a long time ago, I stumbled upon this method by accident. I didn't imagine that 800 years later, I'd still remember it. What method? Linley immediately grew excited. Heavens! This king of killers actually had a way for a magus of the 7th rank to kill a warrior of the 9th rank. The king of killers is full of assassination techniques. Indeed, he knows far more than I do in this field. Although, if I lived for 5,000 more years, perhaps I would still know more than him. Doering Coward's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley couldn't help but force a laugh. Grandpa Doering never liked admitting inferiority to anyone. The method is, Caesar smiled at Linley. Using poison. Using poison. Linley was startled. He thought it must have been some sort of good method, but a king's food was always tasted and tested. How could using poison be effective? Master Linley, don't underestimate the power of poison. The art of using poison is an extremely deep, subtle method of assassination. This world is filled with countless ingredients, which can be used to make countless types of poisons. Who in this world can dare say that he knows all of the poisons in the world? Or that he can detect any sort of poison? Linley couldn't help but nod. He agreed with this. For example, Doering Coward knew about using blue heart grass to counteract the forceful effects of dragon's blood. This poison that I'm talking about was specially designed for use against warriors. As long as the warrior is not at the saint level, upon being affected by this poison, his strength will decrease by more than 90%. What's more, to this very day, there's been no antidote invented for this poison. Only by spending a year of time can one slowly use his battle chi to purge the poison from his system. Caesar clearly had a very clear memory regarding this poison. And this poison is both odorless and tasteless. There's no way to detect it at all. Only after having been poisoned would one realize that one had ingested it. Less than 10% of strength would remain? No way to test for it? Linley's eyes lit up. Clady was nothing more than a warrior of the 9th rank. Once he was impacted by this poison, based on Linley's current level of power, wouldn't he be able to easily trample Clady into the ground? Do you have this poison, Mr. Caesar? Linley quickly asked. Linley could guess that this poison was extremely rare and valuable. That was without question. A poison which was effective against all warriors short of the saint level, and which was odorless, tasteless, and undetectable, would of course rare and precious. If not, all the warriors in the world would be dead already. Master Linley, didn't you hear what I just said? This is something I recalled learning about 800 years ago. I just glanced at that recipe back then. After all, this poison was of no use or threat to me. Caesar frowned. I only know this poison was primarily formed from 8 major ingredients, but I don't recall the exact ingredients clearly. You don't remember? Linley was so frantic, he could kill someone. Caesar laughed towards Linley. Master Linley, don't worry. Although I'm not sure, the recipe for this poison was stored within my organization long ago. I can order some people to make a copy of it and bring it to me. However, the base of my Saber organization is in a place with very few people. From here to there and back, most likely it would take a month or 2 of time. A month or 2. That was acceptable. Linley nodded towards Caesar. Mr. Caesar, might I ask if your organization has any of this poison already in stock? Linley didn't want to waste time looking for ingredients to mix the potion. We do not. Caesar shook his head. In this entire world, perhaps only the Death God's Hands has this poison in stock. Death God's Hands. In the past, while chatting with Yale, the topic of conversation had turned to the 4 major assassins' guilds. These were known as Saber, Blood Rose, Scarlet Moon, and Death God's Hands. Each assassin's guild had its own specialty. The Death God's Hands specialized in using all sorts of queer, exotic assassination techniques. Right. In the past, if it weren't for the fact that the Death God's Hands had a favor to ask of me, perhaps they wouldn't have given a copy of such a precious recipe to my organization. Caesar nodded. Something which could kill virtually any warrior below the saint rank. The value of such a poison was unimaginable. Then, would it be possible for me to purchase this poison from the Death God's Hands? Linley said hopefully. Impossible. Caesar laughed. The 10 ultimate poisons of the Death God's Hands is something they never give to any other organizations. The reason they gave us this recipe was probably because they expected that we would never actually use it. Never use it? Linley looked questioningly at Caesar. Because the price is simply too high. It isn't worth it? Caesar chuckled. 2 of the ingredients, in particular, have already been totally cornered off the market by the Death God's Hands. The price of the poison would most likely be more than the commission of the assassination mission. Linley understood. But to him, no matter how much gold it cost, it would be worth it. How about this? I'll go back now, and arrange for some people to deliver a copy of this recipe to you. But Master Linley, a month from now, you need to have my sculpture ready. Caesar laughed as he spoke to Linley. Of course. Linley felt a knot in his heart unclench. After sending off Caesar, Linley, who had been worrying this entire time about how to deal with Clady, finally relaxed. That night, he finally had a sound rest and a beautiful dream, something very rare for him. That next afternoon, Linley was calmly seated cross-legged on the grass, cultivating his dragon blood battle chi. That azure-black dragon blood battle chi in his body was constantly roiling about, as the unique power of the dragon blood constantly was drawn deep into Linley's bones, muscles, and tendons, causing his body to become more and more powerful. Linley believed that if he continued at this rate, there would come the day that his body would be as powerful as that of a real, saint-level dragon. He would resurrect the fallen glory of the dragon blood warriors. Lord Linley. A female attendant's voice from outside. Linley took a deep breath, allowing the dragon blood battle chi to return to his dantian. Enter. Linley said calmly. Only then did the serving woman come in. Respectfully, she said, Lord Linley, there are several guests from the Debs clan outside. They say they have come to thank you, Lord Linley. Thank me. Linley was momentarily stunned. But then, Linley quickly understood. Clady had given him face and freed Kalen Debs. Thank me? I'm afraid it isn't as simple as that. Linley said to himself. There was a better than 80% to 90% chance that the Debs clan, seeing Linley help out once, had shamelessly come to ask for Linley's help to save the Debs clan yet again. Let them enter. Knowing of the existence of the poison, Linley now felt much calmer and more assured of himself. With his mind relaxed, he now had the leisure and patience to pay attention to the affairs of the Debs clan. The Debs clan? Even if they aren't exterminated, they'll be totally beaten down. Linley could already totally predict the future of the Debs clan. Within the main hall, Nimitz was the leader of this delegation. Kalen's 2 uncles, Kalen himself, Rolling, and Alice were the members of this 6-person delegation. No one in Nimitz's delegation had dared to sit. They all were standing respectfully. Seeing Linley walk towards them from afar, Nimitz and the others immediately smiled, and Nimitz even cupped his hands in salute. Lord Linley. I just finished my training exercises. If you could just wait a moment, I'll take a quick bath and change my clothes first. Linley said with a faint smile. And then, no longer paying any attention to the courtesies being paid to him by Nimitz and the others, he headed directly to another room on the other side of the hall. Nimitz and the others were briefly stunned. But they could only smile and stand there, respectfully awaiting his return. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 21, The Trial. Nimitz, Kalen's two uncles, Kalen himself, Rolling, and Alice didn't dare to seat themselves with their host absent. They simply waited quietly in the main hall. Kalen, when Lord Linley returns, you must remember to be a bit more humble. Nimitz glared coldly at Kalen. Kalen nodded. Second grand-uncle, I know. In actuality, Kalen's heart was still filled with enmity towards Linley. After knowing the reason why he had been released from jail, he felt even more rage towards Linley. I would rather stay in that jail than have Alice go beg him. Kalen's heart was filled with fury. In the past, when Linley and Alice had been together, Kalen began to hate Linley. After he took Alice back, he felt a bit smug. In his eyes, although Linley was quite formidable, when compared to his Debs clan, Linley was not even close to being on the same level. But after just a few months, Linley's status had totally changed, becoming the brightest star within the kingdom of Fenley at one leap. Even His Majesty the King of Fenley, and cardinals of the Radiant Church, treated Linley with warmth. Even his own father acted so humbly towards Linley. All this filled Kalen's heart with even more hatred. They were both young men. Why was he so inferior? Especially this time. He had languished in prison. Although he ended up escaping, it had required Alice, the woman he loved dearest, to go beg Linley to free him. This caused Kalen to feel humiliated. He very much wanted to not accept Linley's kindness and continue to stay in that jail. How he wished he could angrily curse at Linley, or even kill Linley. But for the sake of the clan, he, Kalen, had come humbly to Linley's manor, and couldn't even act the slightest bit disrespectfully. Footsteps could be heard. Kalen immediately cast aside his angry musings. Forcing a smile onto his face, he made himself appear courteous and modest. Forgive me for keeping everyone waiting. Linley's clear voice rang out. Nimitz and the others all turned to look. Clearly, Linley had just washed. His hair was wet, and he was casually wearing a loose robe. You can all sit. Linley comfortably sat down, gesturing casually with one hand. Nimitz and the others all quickly expressed their thanks, then sat down. Nimitz was the first to smile and say, Lord Linley, the purpose of our visit this time was to thank you. If it wasn't for you, Kalen most likely wouldn't have been able to get out this quickly. Kalen, hurry up and thank Lord Linley. Kalen was forced to rise to his feet again. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he forced himself to act humbly. Thank you, Lord Linley. Linley smiled at Kalen. Kalen. No need to thank me. Mr. Nimitz. Very shortly, I'll have to attend to some important affairs. I don't know if you had any other purposes behind this visit. If you do, I hope you can speak of them now. Linley smiled towards Nimitz. In truth, Linley simply didn't want to waste any time with these people. His time was meant to be reserved for training. Nimitz was startled, but then he quickly adjusted. In a low voice, he said, Lord Linley, our Debs clan has been framed and falsely accused of engaging in the smuggling of water jade. At this point, it's very possible that our Debs clan will be entirely eradicated. Thus, our clan would like to beg you, Lord Linley, for your assistance. Once our clan overcomes this critical threat, we definitely will not forget your great kindness to us. As he spoke, Nimitz pulled out a black box from his side. Lord Linley, this is a very small gift from us to you as our thanks for your rescuing of Kalen. If our clan manages to survive this tribulation safely, we will once again show our gratitude towards you. Nimitz sincerely held out that black box for Linley to look at. Swish. The little shadow mouse, Bibi, suddenly scurried in front of Nimitz, and actually directly grabbed the box, then jumped onto Linley's legs, planning on opening it up. Bibi. Linley let out a low shout. Bibi raised his head, staring at Linley unhappily. He didn't open the box, only let out a few humph sounds, then fell silent. Mr. Nimitz, BB is rather naughty and mischievous. I'll accept this gift, then, and offer my thanks to you. Laughing, Linley put the black box off to one side, not even glancing at it. Nimitz could sense that Linley was getting impatient. Immediately, Nimitz glanced meaningfully at his companions, then was the first to stand up and bow. Lord Linley, we won't disturb you any further. This case involving our Debs clan will be tried a month from now. I hope that at that time, you can assist us, Lord. Linley casually nodded. Nimitz and the others immediately left. That entire time, neither Alice nor Rowling had said a single word. Nimitz was the primary speaker. Watching the group leave, Linley laughed coldly. Nimitz, you old scoundrel. Did you think that by bringing Alice, I'd give you more face? Linley flipped open the cover to the black box. Within it was a Magi crystal card and a letter. A letter. As he toyed with the letter in his hands, a burst of flame suddenly erupted from his palms, incinerating it and turning it to ash. Linley couldn't be bothered reading the letter. Time passed quickly. September arrived. This entire past month, Linley had focused on his training. His strength, agility, and other aspects of his body had all improved. The dragon blood battle chi in his dantian had become more pure as well. Linley had the feeling that he had reached the late stage of the 6th rank. As far as his growth in spiritual energy, although Linley's advancement rate was extremely rapid, even a genius would normally need around 20 years of training to advance from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. Despite his rapid improvement, a few months of growth wasn't very noticeable. The path of the Magus was indeed a long, difficult one. Within the hot springs garden, the shadow of a chisel could be seen, and a human-shaped sculpture was become more and more clearly defined. Bits of rubble flew about in every direction, falling onto the grass. Suddenly, Linley came to a halt, withdrawing his chisel. Whew! Finally done. Looking at the sculpture in front of him, Linley nodded with satisfaction. This sculpture, which Linley had named the King of Killers, had truly cost Linley a great deal of effort. Each time, Linley had forced himself to totally enter the right state, so as to more perfectly carve out the statue of Caesar making his move. The statue in front of him was as tall as a person. Those two cold, calm eyes in particular gave people the sensation of being watched by a god. The aura emanating from this sculpture was the aura of a god of death. Under the gaze of this sculpture, viewers would unconsciously feel a terrible, cold dread. Although this sculpture isn't comparable to awakening from the dream, it is the most perfect statue that I can make while in a normal state. Linley was extremely satisfied with this sculpture. He had spent an entire month on it, carefully, attentively sculpting. At last, it was completed. Putting down his straight chisel, Linley soaked for a while in the hot springs, then put on a loose robe and sat on top of a chair. He was eating the breakfast which his attendants had brought him. Linley. Do-Uring Coward flew out by his side. Grandpa Do-Uring. Linley looked at Do-Uring Coward. Laughing, Do-Uring Coward said, Linley, there's 2 days left before the trial of the Debs clan's case. Do you plan to go watch the trial? Linley was startled. This month, he had been absorbed in his bitter training. Linley had totally forgotten about everything else, including the Debs clan's case. If it weren't for Do-Uring Coward's reminder, Linley probably wouldn't have remembered it at all. Yes, of course I'll go. A hint of a smile was on Linley's face. Year 9999 of the Yulan calendar. September 9th. Within the Blackwater Jail of Fenley City. The Blackwater Jail was the most famous jail in the Kingdom of Fenley, and it was the most securely guarded jail. The cases awaiting trial at the Blackwater Jail were also the most important cases in Fenley. Within the Blackwater Jail's courtyard, today there were many nobles congregating. Even His Majesty, King Clady, had arrived, and was seated to the side, watching. Naturally, Linley came today as well. Lord Linley. One noble after another greeted him warmly. Linley, come, sit with me. Seated in front, Clady gestured toward Linley. Linley smiled at Clady, then walked over. Linley sat down next to Clady. Merritt, his hair gleaming, sat at the judge's seat. His waist and back were ramrod straight. He really did give the impression of being fair and impartial. Everyone, please sit. Merritt nodded and smiled towards the noble spectators who had gathered here. In particular, Merritt smiled modestly towards the direction of Linley and Clady. The noble spectators all sat down quietly. Today, more than 10 people had come from the Debs clan. All of them were seated together, nervously watching the proceedings. Bring Bernard. Merritt ordered directly. Very soon, under escort by 2 soldiers, Bernard was dragged to the court, hands and feet both shackled. Merritt glanced at a nearby official, who quickly strode forward. In a loud voice, he proclaimed, Duke Patterson, when he was the Minister of Finance, acted in many ways against the benefit of the kingdom. In particular, he is suspected of colluding with the Debs clan in the smuggling of waterjade. The scale of this smuggling operation is larger than any since the founding of our kingdom of Fenley. We have already discovered that the valuation of the smuggled waterjade was greater than 50 million gold coins. In actuality, the Debs clan had just begun their smuggling program. Although the valuation was 50 million gold coins, in reality, the Debs clan had only spent a few million gold coins thus far. From this, one could tell what enormous profits lay in the smuggling trade. But just as their smuggling activities had begun, Duke Patterson had died, resulting in this being revealed. The official continued, based on our investigations, one of the main organizers of this smuggling activity jumped into the river. While the other 2 were the brothers Lancer and Langmuir. Finishing, the official sat back down. Merritt looked at Bernard. Bernard, do you have something to say for yourself? Bernard nodded. Yes, Lord, I do. First of all, it was not our Debs clan which engaged in smuggling. Secondly, the Lancer brothers had been expelled by our clan long ago. Thirdly, the primary mover behind this smuggling operation should have been that person you said jumped into the river. There is no link to our Debs clan at all. Merritt nodded and laughed. The organizer of this smuggling operation was your 3rd brother. And you say this has nothing to do with you. 3rd brother? My 3rd brother is still adventuring in the wilds. How would he have the chance to engage in smuggling? Bernard continued to insist on this point. Your 3rd brother is engaging in adventuring. Merritt's face grew cold. Then let me ask you, if your 3rd brother is outside adventuring, then why, despite me ordering your Debs clan to summon him back, hasn't he returned after such a long period of time? Bernard said confidently, my 3rd brother is adventuring in other kingdoms. Most likely, he's traveled too far. It is normal for us to need more than a year to find him. Merritt glanced at Bernard, chuckled, then said coldly, bring in Katsun Katiisen and the other 2. Katsun. Bernard was suspicious. Who was Katsun and who were the other 2? Very shortly, 3 very cowering youths entered the court, falling to their knees immediately as they said respectfully, Greetings, Lord. These 3 youths clearly were peasants who had seen very little of the world before. Merritt said calmly, Katsun, clearly explain what you saw happen. Yes, Lord. The leader of the youth said respectfully. On June 28, we 3 brothers were fishing on the river, but suddenly, we saw a richly dressed noble lord clutching onto a dead tree trunk float by us. This noble was covered in blood and had already passed out. Upon hearing these words, the expression on Bernard's face changed. The day that we pursued the leader of the smugglers was June 28 as well. As it just so happened, the leader jumped into the river. Merritt looked at Bernard. "Bernard, are you willing to admit guilt yet? My third brother is adventuring in distant lands. He definitely wasn't organizing any smuggling activities. My Debs clan is definitely innocent." Bernard still held his head up high and maintained his innocence. Merritt laughed coldly, then said, "Bring Cantor Gonti Debs." Hearing the name Cantor Debs, the faces of Bernard as well as the members of the Debs clan present all immediately turned white. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 22, The Enormous Fine. This Cantor Debs should be that third brother of the Debs clan. Clady laughed softly towards Linley, and Linley nodded. Linley and Clady merely watched these proceedings, while the Debs clan's members all felt terror. All of those viewers from the Debs clan were now so nervous that they were trembling. Clatter! The sound of shackles rattling could be heard, as under the escort of two soldiers, a thin, ashen-faced, golden-haired middle-aged man entered the court. The gazes of everyone in the court were drawn towards him, including Bernard, Kalen, and Nimitz. Seeing that golden-haired man appear, Bernard let out a long sigh, then shut his eyes. It really is the third brother of the Debs clan. Cantor. From the watchers' gallery, the sound of discussion could be heard. Many of the nobles present recognized and knew Cantor Debs, due to his position within the Debs clan. By now, the Debs clan had no further hope of trying to dissemble. Seated up in the magistrate's chair, Merritt looked towards Clady, who nodded. Bernard. Merritt looked at Bernard. As things stand, do you still have something to say for yourself? But Bernard didn't look at Merritt. He turned his head to look at his third brother, Cantor, fixing Cantor with his gaze. Cantor, too, was staring at his elder brother Bernard. The gazes of these two brothers met. "Third bro, why did you do this?" There was disbelief in Bernard's eyes, as pain and rage caused his entire body to shake. "I'm sorry," Cantor said softly. Bernard laughed bitterly, then shook his head. In a solemn voice, he said, "It isn't me you should be sorry to. It's the entire Debs clan. How many years has the Debs clan existed? It was only thanks to countless generations of hard work and effort by our ancestors that we enjoy our current level of success. But you, Bernard was in so much pain that he couldn't speak." Thud. Cantor fell to his knees within the court, and two streams of tears began to flow. "Big brother, I deserve to die." He slapped his face severely with his shackled hands. Crying miserably, he said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I was greedy and wasn't satisfied with that little bit of authority and wealth I had within the Debs clan. That's why I used the clan's gold to engage in this smuggling operation. This is all my fault. Big brother. This is all my fault." This scene startled everyone present. Linley and Clady both raised an eyebrow, while the sentencing magistrate, Merritt, frowned. Since things have already developed to this extent, Bernard raised his head, forcing his tears to stop. He seemed very desolate. "Third bro, it's no matter a question of whose fault it is. Your actions have caused our entire clan to be in danger of annihilation. I, Bernard Debs, as this generation's leader of the Debs clan, will not be able to face our ancestors, even in death." As he spoke, Bernard's tears once more began to fall. Bernard suddenly turned to look at Clady, kneeling in his direction. Crying miserably, he said, "Your Majesty. It is the greatest misfortune possible for our Debs clan to have given birth to this miserable, petty traitor to the kingdom. As the leader of the Debs clan, I, Bernard Debs, cannot escape responsibility. I, Bernard, am willing to use my death in order to beg you, Your Majesty, to spare the Debs clan. After all, the vast majority of people within our clan are innocent." Clady looked at Bernard. And then he looked at Merritt, nodding once. Merritt understood Clady's intentions. Immediately, he called out, 15-minute recess. 15 minutes later, we will announce the final sentence. All of the nobles present had to leave the court, and could only come back 15 minutes later. The direction this case was heading towards had become very clear. As for how the Debs clan would be punished for its crime of smuggling, that was totally up to His Majesty. Such a large-scale smuggling operation could definitely impact the entire clan. Even if the clan was exterminated, it would be understandable. But of course, Clady could also be more benevolent and merely punish the Debs clan but allow it to survive. The result would be entirely up to Clady. Outside the court, Duke Bonolt was chatting with Linley. Linley, did you see that? These main branch descendants of the Debs clan are really quite good. That Cantor had been captured quite a few days ago. But, instead of committing suicide, he waited until today to put on that show just now. Duke Bonolt laughed. Linley nodded in praise as well. If Cantor had killed himself, then the Debs clan would be in an even worse, more passive situation. Linley laughed as well. If Cantor had committed suicide, then his corpse would have been used as evidence proving the guilt of the Debs clan in engaging in smuggling. The Debs clan would have had no way to argue against it. But now, Cantor himself was acknowledging that he had acted alone, giving the Debs clan a chance at life. But of course, whether or not the Debs clan would live was entirely up to His Majesty. Kill 'em all. Bibi, on Linley's shoulders, bared his fangs while mentally speaking to Linley. This Debs clan is too good at playing games. Bibi, can't stomach them. Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but laugh. Squeak. The door to the court opened. 15 minutes had passed. All of the nobles outside made their way back into the court, all of them quietly assuming their previous positions. Just then, the only people present in the court had been Merritt, King Clady, and a few other people. Linley, take a guess. How do you think I will sentence him? Clady smiled towards Linley. No clue. Linley replied succinctly. Clady grinned secretively. All rise. Saying these words, Merritt rose solemnly, and all of the nobles in the court followed his lead. His head raised high, Merritt said in a solemn, clear voice, "This is the sentence of this court. Cantor Debs, a member of the Debs clan, did flagrantly engage in the large-scale smuggling of a huge quantity of water jade, and is therefore sentenced to execution by hanging, with the sentence to be carried out on October 11th. The total value of this smuggling operation was in excess of 40 million gold coins. We sentence the Debs clan to receive a punitive fine of double that amount, 80 million gold coins. Bernard Debs is to be released." Court adjourned. After hearing these words from Merritt, Bernard, Kalin, and Nimitz all let out a sigh of relief, but in their hearts, they felt very helpless. 80 million gold coins. What a terrifying sum. The entire net worth of the Debs clan was only around 100 million gold coins, and that was including all of their illiquid assets. For them to be able to pay such a huge fine would certainly require them to sell off many of their illiquid assets. Such a large-scale auction, in turn, would definitely result in a great deal of lowballing and haggling from the buyers. Although their illiquid assets were worth 80 million gold coins, the chances of them actually receiving 80 million gold coins was really too low. "Linley, what do you think?" Clady looked at Linley. Linley laughed and nodded. "Admirably done, admirably done." The fine which Clady had levied against the Debs clan was carefully calibrated, precisely because the valuation of the Debs clan's illiquid assets worth around 80 million or so. If Clady really were to sentence the Debs clan to extermination, then without a doubt, he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on a single coin of their liquid assets. But if the penalty fine was too high, perhaps the Debs clan would even risk extinction rather than pay the fine. The fine of 80 million gold coins was neither too high nor too little. It was just right. "Father!" Kalin and the others instantly went to help Bernard to his feet. But Bernard only stared at his third brother, Cantor. A gloomy, calm look was on Cantor's face. He only nodded towards Bernard. After he had been exposed in leading the smuggling operation, Cantor knew that he would die, without a question. But now that he was dying on behalf of the clan would most likely treat his son and his wife well. Bernard nodded towards Cantor as well. Two brothers. From a single exchange of glances, they knew what the other was thinking. "Let us go back," Bernard said with a sigh. After experiencing this tribulation, the Debs clan had suffered a major blow to its vitality. At absolute best, they would have a tenth of the economic power they previously had. From this day forward, the Debs clan had toppled from its previous position of power at the highest levels in the kingdom of Fenley. They could only be considered a fairly wealthy clan, now. Within Linley's manor, in the hot springs garden. Linley was seated on a chair, quietly staring blankly. "Linley, what are you pondering?" Do-Ring Coward came out of the coiling dragon ring. Linley glanced at Do-Ring Coward. Sighing, he said, "Today, when I saw the Debs clan be sentenced, I suddenly thought of my own clan. My clan was once a clan which dominated the entire Yulan Continent, but now, after all these generations, who is left? My father died, and my mother's whereabouts are unknown. Little Wharton is now in the O'Brien Empire. In the entire Holy Union, I am alone with no kin." Linley was gripped by a powerful, lonely melancholy. His parents were gone, and he was engaged in a mission of revenge that couldn't be revealed. On this road to revenge, Linley's heart was tightly spun up, and he didn't dare to slacken off in the slightest. Looking at Linley, Do-Ring Coward felt surge of pity. Although superficially Linley seemed very mature, and didn't have any problems at all dealing with those important nobles, Linley was still only 17 years old this year. He had just graduated from the Magus Academy not too long ago. "Linley, relax. Don't give yourself too much pressure. You have plenty of time." Do-Ring Coward encouraged him. Linley looked at Do-Ring Coward. On this lonely road he had been traveling, it was good that he had Grandpa Do-Ring with him, along with that mischievous rascal, Bibi. "Thank you, Grandpa Do-Ring," Linley said gratefully. Do-Ring Coward began to chuckle. "I really want to know what happened to my mother as soon as possible. I want to kill Clady as soon as possible." Even if they ignored the fact that Clady had abducted his mother, the fact that he had caused his mother to be separated from their family for over 10 years, resulting in the death of Linley's father, meant that without a doubt, Clady had to die. Who knows when that king of killers, Caesar, will bring that poison recipe? Linley was beginning to grow impatient. Each day, Linley had been urgently awaiting the return of Caesar, the king of killers. But each day passed with no news of Caesar. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was now October. During this past month, the kingdom of Fenley had been fairly tranquil. The only major affair was the large-scale auction carried out by the Debs clan. Many clans seized the opportunity to try to haggle with or lowball the Debs clan. However, the value of the Debs clan's illiquid assets really were very high, so there were quite a few bidders from other clans as well. Thus, the price at auction wasn't too low, in the end. The assets, previously valued at around 80 million gold coins, ended up selling for around 70 million gold in total. After paying the fine of 80 million gold coins, the Debs clan could finally be considered as having escaped from danger. But after this affair, the net worth of the Debs clan had essentially shrunk by 90%. October 10th was the day before Cantor's execution. This day, Linley remained in the hot springs garden, training as he always did. "Lord Linley, Lord Caesar has come," a female attendant called out in a high-pitched voice from outside. Linley had instructed that he must be immediately alerted if Caesar came. Caesar came. Linley quickly threw on some clothes and immediately rushed out of the hot springs garden. Given Linley's current speed, in 10 seconds, he arrived outside the main hall. Right now, Caesar, still dressed in those long, loose robes, was seated lazily with one leg crossed. He was drinking a cup of tea. "Mr. Caesar!" Linley called out from afar. 3 steps later, Linley entered the main hall. Seeing Linley, Caesar's eyes lit up, and he immediately rose to his feet. "Master Linley, my truest apologies for only coming today." As he spoke, Caesar withdrew an envelope from his clothes. "Linley, this is the recipe I mentioned. It's all yours." Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 23, The Blood Rupture Poison. Linley looked at the 2 female attendants outside the main hall. He called out coldly, "Leave. Without my orders, no one is to be permitted inside." "Yes, milord." The hearts of those 2 female attendants shook, and they quickly left. "Master Linley, you are quite cautious." Caesar laughed. Linley felt helpless. Cautious? How could he not be cautious? He was going to use this recipe to kill Clady. This Caesar probably knew all along that I am intending to kill Clady. Linley understood this point. Previously, he had told Caesar that he wanted to kill one of the 6 rulers of the kingdoms of the Holy Union. And then, he said he wanted to kill a warrior of the 9th rank. As long as Caesar wasn't a total idiot, he would easily be able to connect these 2 points to understand that Linley wanted to kill a king of the Holy Union who was also a warrior of the 9th rank. In the entire Holy Union, the only one who fit these criteria was Clady. Caesar, this old freak, wouldn't go curry favor with Clady by selling me out. Linley felt quite confident. What sort of person was Caesar? Would he deal with someone like Linley using tricks like these? "Linley, you do indeed have to be careful. That person you intend to deal with is highly valued by the Radiant Church," Caesar said in a low voice by Linley's side. "And he has many guards as well. If you are to try and poison him, it will be quite hard." Linley glanced at Caesar. "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Caesar." Poison Clady? If Linley was willing to risk his life, he definitely would be able to succeed. All he had to do was to invite Clady to his manor, and then serve Clady some wine. In his own manor, lacing the wine was an extremely easy task. But if he did this, he would be revealing himself as the perpetrator. He had to find an opportunity to kill Clady without anyone knowing about it. Such an opportunity was quite rare. "I can't always rely on being lucky, like that time with Patterson insisting on meeting with me in secret," Linley said to himself. That private, secret meeting with Patterson really was an unexpected, wonderful surprise for Linley, but such surprises could only be wished for, not relied upon. As he was considering this, Linley opened the envelope. There was a piece of paper within the envelope, filled with countless words. Drug name, blood rupture poison. Ingredients, astragalus fruit, white ginseng, turmeric, fog grass, cloud fungus, bit erskine, cardamom kernels, blue heart grass. Effect, blood rupture poison, when dissolved into wine or water, has no odor and no taste. To this date, no way of detecting it has been discovered. Once it is ingested, it will seep into the blood and then into the dantian, preventing battle chi from being generated, causing a warrior to have less than 10% of his strength left. Anyone below the saint rank is vulnerable to this poison, and there is no cure. Only by using battle chi over a long period of time to cleanse the poison from the bloodstream can one cure oneself. Instructions: in order to produce 1 gram of blood rupture poison, one needs to have 30 grams of astragalus fruit, 12 grams of white ginseng, 10 grams of turmeric, 15 grams of fog grass, 12 grams of cloud fungus, 1 gram of bit erskine, 12 grams of cardamom kernels, and 1 gram of blue heart grass. First use the 12 grams of ginseng, the 15 grams of fog grass, and the gram of bit erskine. Place them into the alchemist's pot and boil them until the fog grass begins to emit white mist, then stop. Filter out the concentrated juice, then place it into the mixing pot and add in the blue heart grass, the turmeric, and the cardamom kernels. Storage method. This paper very clearly detailed every aspect of the manufacture and usage of the blood rupture poison. Just from examining the concocting procedures, Linley quickly understood how difficult it would be to produce this poison. If a single mistake was made in any of the procedures, the entire potion would be worthless. The way to store it and preserve it was also very complicated. The cost of a unit of blood rupture poison was more than 1,000,000 times that of an equivalent weight of gold. Of the 8 ingredients required to concoct this blood rupture poison, 5 of them aren't that rare. Astragalus fruit, white ginseng, turmeric, bit erskine, and cardamom kernels. The prices of these 5 shouldn't be considered too high for you. But the other 3 are very rare. That fog grass generally only grows in the far eastern plains, east of the 4 great empires. It is extremely rare, and is rarely found in the marketplace. As for the other 2 ingredients, their rarity is even greater than that of fog grass. Caesar explained carefully. Both blue heart grass and cloud fungus are virtually unpurchasable and cannot be found in the market, even if you have money. Supposedly, a while ago, someone tried to offer 100,000 gold coins to buy blue heart grass, but still was not able to do so. Cloud fungus, as well, hasn't appeared in the market for a long time. Caesar patted Linley on his shoulders comfortingly. Linley, it will take you quite a bit of effort to gather these 8 ingredients. Linley still felt a degree of confidence. Of these 8 ingredients, 5 wouldn't pose any problem at all. As for fog grass, even though it was rare, it shouldn't be too hard to buy it. As for blue heart grass, he had it already. There was no need to buy it. Right now, the only problem was the cloud fungus. Once I acquire the cloud fungus, I'll be able to produce some blood rupture poison. And that day will be the day of Clady's death. Linley said to himself. Linley could no longer endure any longer. If in the future, he still couldn't find an appropriate opportunity, he would go all out and kill Clady, even if it meant exposing himself as the killer. If worst came to worst, he would go ask Yale for help and have the Dawson conglomerate aid him in fleeing from the Holy Union. Based on the influence and power of the Dawson conglomerate, it wouldn't be too hard for them to help Linley escape from the Holy Union. Right now, what's important is finding these 8 ingredients. Linley was still very happy right now. At least he now had a goal to work towards. Linley. Linley. Caesar called out to him. Ahem, Master Linley. Only now did Linley end his pondering and turn to look at Caesar. Mr. Caesar, is there something you need? Caesar chortled. Linley, are you perhaps forgetting something? Linley immediately understood. Laughing, he said, Ha ha, Mr. Caesar, you are referring to the sculpture, right? I finished the sculpture you asked for a full month ago. Come, please, this way. Linley immediately led Caesar towards a side room. In the corner of the side room, there was a man-shaped sculpture which radiated a cold, killing aura. Those 2 eyes contained within them a disdain for all life and an arrogance that forced viewers to feel awe and terror. As for the facial features, the facial details were carved even more accurately. The sculpture looked exactly like Caesar. Wonderful, wonderful. Caesar was so excited, he said the word wonderful twice. Master Linley, you truly are a master sculptor. In such a short period of time, you were able to produce such a flawless sculpture. In my mind, this sculpture is 10,000 times better than even that awakening from the dream of yours. Staring at his sculpture, Caesar was grinning so widely that his face threatened to split. The more he looked at this sculpture, the happier Caesar felt. This king of killers is perhaps a bit too narcissistic. Seeing the grin on Caesar's face, Linley couldn't help but think this to himself. Lord Linley. A nearby housekeeper bowed politely. Linley pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to the housekeeper. Go purchase these 12 ingredients for me. The exact amount I need for each is written on the paper. Yes, Lord Linley. The housekeeper accepted the piece of paper. Of the 12 ingredients on the list of paper, 6 of them were the ones which Linley needed, while the other 6 were just some normal, random ingredients Linley had scribbled on as well. Of the 12 ingredients, only fog grass was relatively expensive. As for the blue heart grass and cloud fungus which the blood rupture poison required, Linley didn't even bother writing them down on this piece of paper. Linley wasn't actually worried about these ingredients being made public. After all, the secret formula for blood rupture poison was one of the secret formulas of the death god's hands. Aside from the Saber organization, most likely no one else knew this formula. And there were many other formulas that also used those ingredients. After all, Linley didn't write down the 2 most critical ingredients, blue heart grass and cloud fungus. Find and purchase these ingredients for me as soon as possible, Linley instructed. After giving his orders to the housekeeper, Linley immediately sent someone to invite Yale, Reynolds, and George to come meet with him at his manor. Whenever they had a chance, the 4 brothers would meet and have food together, thus this wasn't out of character for Linley. The next morning. This was the day of Canterdeb's execution by hanging, but Linley couldn't be bothered to go watch. He was in his manor, drinking wine, and chatting with his 3 brothers. Only after they finished drinking did Linley bring up what he wished to discuss. Boss Yale, there's something I want to ask you to help me with, Linley said. Third bro, just let me know what you need, Yale said boldly. Linley withdrew a piece of paper. Boss Yale, I need 2 types of ingredients. One is fog grass, the other is cloud fungus. These 2 herbs are extremely rare, and are virtually unavailable on the market. I was hoping you could help me, Yale. Yale was supported by the Dawson conglomerate, after all. As one of the 3 great trading unions of the Yulan Continent, the Dawson conglomerate was a massive organization with astonishing abilities. It would be much simpler for them to look for cloud fungus and fog grass than for Linley to do so on his own. 2 types of herbs. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it for you. His tongue slurred from wine, Yale pounded his chest and promised. At the same time, he took the piece of paper with the 2 herbs written down on it from Linley. I've seen fog grass at home when I was young. It is a very fun type of grass. Under the hot morning sun, it will emit white mist, Reynolds immediately said. Linley's eyes lit up. However, Reynolds' clan was back in the O'Brien Empire. From his clan to the kingdom of Fenley would require at least a year of traveling time. Linley didn't have that much time to wait. Only if he absolutely couldn't find it would he be forced to wait patiently. How long would it take us, if we were to wait for you to get fog grass from your home, 4th bro? Yale snickered. 3rd bro, I'll go talk to my 2nd uncle right away and have him help you find these 2 ingredients. Yale really did handle Linley's matters with high importance. That very day, he went to find his 2nd uncle. That night, with a private deluxe room, the brown-haired Myron Milan Dawson was casually draped in a bathrobe. Bare-chested, he was lying on a reclining chair, while 2 beautiful young ladies were by his side, attending to him. 2nd uncle, 2nd uncle. Yale's voice sounded out from the other side of the door. Myron curled his lips helplessly. Stroking the fragrant hair of the 2 beauties, he chuckled. My dears, the 2 of you can go outside and wait a while. Those 2 beautiful women left the deluxe room very obediently, and then Yale rushed in. Yale, you are already a grown-up now. How can you act like this? Myron Dawson said with a frown. Yale chortled. 2nd uncle, don't be angry. I've come today to ask for your help with something. This is something on behalf of my 3rd bro, Linley. Your 3rd bro? That Linley fellow. Myron immediately sat up straight. Go ahead, what is it? Yale withdrew that piece of paper from his clothes. Second uncle, my third bro is in urgent need of these two types of herbs, which is why I'd like to ask you, second uncle, to help out and see if we can find them. As he spoke, he delivered the paper to Myron. Fog grass, cloud fungus. Upon seeing the words on the paper, Myron Dawson nodded. I'll send some people to investigate and see if there's any to be bought nearby. Haha, thanks, second uncle. Yale was excited. Then I won't disturb you, second uncle, from your festivities. I'll leave now. You little punk. Myron Dawson chuckled, then looked back at the piece of paper. Fog grass and cloud fungus? What does this Linley need these two ingredients for? Linley had to admit, the Dawson conglomerate was an astonishingly efficient machine. Third bro, within the various branches in the holy union of our Dawson conglomerate, we only have a small amount of fog grass. As for cloud fungus, we had some a while ago, but it's already been shipped towards our headquarters. The headquarters of the Dawson conglomerate is the place where we have the most herbs and ingredients. Here, let me give this fog grass to you first. Yale directly handed Linley a pouch. Within the recipe, the amount of fog grass needed was measured in grams, but the pouch which Yale handed to Linley contained 9 full clumps of fog grass. This amount was more than enough. So there's no cloud fungus available. Linley accepted the pouch. Yale nodded. Third bro, if you are in a hurry, I can have my second uncle send experts to ride flying magical beasts to head to our headquarters as soon as possible. Riding flying beasts is quite fast. From here to our headquarters, 3 months is more than enough. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 24, Breakthrough. Linley was silent for a moment, then smiled and nodded apologetically at Yale. Boss Yale, sorry for the hassle. It's no hassle. Yale chortled. It's just sending someone to make a delivery is all. No big deal. Our Dawson conglomerate often sends people to deliver letters to the headquarters. We'll get several things done. Linley nodded. Third bro. Yale's voice became solemn as he looked at Linley. Tell me the truth. Why are you in such a rush to get these herbs? If it were someone else asking him, Linley totally could have lied and claimed that he was using it to make a medical lotion which would help him increase the speed at which his body gained strength. After all, it wasn't unheard of to bath in medicinal waters as part of training. But facing one of his brothers, Linley didn't wish to lie. Boss Yale, right now, I can't tell you yet. When the time is right, I will tell you. Linley patted Yale on the shoulders as he spoke. The brothers of Dorm 1987 had been together since they were young. They ate together, lived together, played together. They were as close as real brothers. Understood, third bro. But if you need anything at all, make sure you let me know. Yale didn't ask anything else. The next day, Linley's housekeeper brought over the herbs which Linley had asked for, except he hadn't been able to find any fog grass. Based on what the housekeeper said, there was no fog grass available on the market at all. If they wanted to buy some, they would have to send someone to buy it from the 4 great empires. After all, fog grass was cultivated from the Great Plains to the Far East. Some of the market centers of the 4 great empires fairly close to the Great Plains did have a small amount of fog grass for sale. Right now, of the 8 ingredients I need to produce blood rupture poison, 7 are ready. All I'm missing is cloud fungus. Within his secret study, Linley had put all of the various herbs in front of him on a table, pondering what to do. Of the 8 ingredients, there were 3 that were rare. Fog grass had been procured by the Dawson conglomerate, while he already had enough blue heart grass. If I wait 3 months, then at that time, the people from the Dawson conglomerate will come and deliver the cloud fungus. Linley felt very confident. At most, 3 months. At that time, he would have all the ingredients that he needed, and would thus be able to prepare a few mixtures of blood rupture poison. But Linley wasn't the sort of person to sit around waiting. "Help me spread the word. Let it be known that I am preparing to begin a period of training with the usage of herbal baths, and need cloud fungus as one of my components. I'm willing to pay up to 1,000,000 gold coins for it," Linley instructed his housekeeper. Although Linley wouldn't lie to his brothers, he had to give a good excuse to the rest of the world. Cloud fungus, in and of itself, was not a poisonous plant. It actually was greatly beneficial to the body. But all herbs possessed their own wondrous properties. When these 8 herbs were all refined and processed together, they would be able to produce a poisonous powder like the blood rupture poison. "Yes, Lord Linley." Upon hearing the words, 1,000,000 gold coins, the housekeeper's heart trembled. To Linley, 1,000,000 gold coins really wasn't much. When he had auctioned off his sculpture, awakening from the dream, the price was 12,000,000 gold coins. Afterwards, when Patterson had secretly met with him, he had gifted Linley another 10,000,000 gold coins. After Linley's rise to prominence and appointment to the rank of Prime Court Magus, the Radiant Church, King Clady, and many other nobles had all given Linley many valuable gifts. And just a short while ago, the Debs clan had gifted Linley with a Magi crystal card that had 1,000,000 gold coins on it. Linley's current net worth was well over 20,000,000 gold coins. And this wasn't even counting the Saint-level Magi side core that Linley had acquired from the Saint-level Violet Tattooed Bear. That core, which Linley was keeping hidden, was a priceless treasure which probably was worth more than even 100,000,000 gold coins. The news that Linley was seeking to buy cloud fungus for 1,000,000 gold coins originally only spread amongst herbal merchants, but shortly afterwards, all the various nobles of the Kingdom of Fenley learned of it as well. All of those nobles now knew that Master Linley needed cloud fungus. If they could provide Linley with the cloud fungus, not only would they receive 1,000,000 gold coins, they would also have a chance to build up a relationship with Linley. Many nobles began to rack their brains for methods by which they could locate cloud fungus. But alas, cloud fungus was far too rare, and far too expensive. After ordering this news to be spread out, Linley continued his life of solitary, pitiless training within his manor. In the blink of an eye, November arrived, and with it the temperature began to drop as well. The leaves of the trees within the hot springs garden began to turn yellow and fall, filling the grass with sallow leaves. Hey. Linley, who had been engaging in one-finger vertical push UPS, suddenly exerted strength through his fingers, flipping himself into the air. Somersaulting easily through the air, Linley landed on the ground, his bare upper chest covered in sweat. Aided by the supergravity field, after having trained for so long, even Linley's powerful body was beginning to feel tired. Whew! Standing normally again, Linley felt the muscles in and near his fingers, arms, and shoulders all feel numb and sore. He found this feeling to be very comfortable, as he knew that in this situation, his muscles and bones were slowly strengthening. The way to train one's body was to exceed one's limits time and time again, so long as one didn't exceed the limits by too much each time. Seating himself cross-legged, Linley immediately began to train in accordance with the secret Dragon Blood Manual, allowing the liquefied Dragon Blood battle chi in his dantian to begin to rush out. In a short while, the mighty Dragon Blood battle chi had filled Linley's entire body. Training, time and time again. Each time, the Dragon Blood battle chi would become a bit more pure, and Linley's bones and flesh would become a bit stronger. The azurish black Dragon Blood battle chi entered his dantian again, then spread out again. The dantian was the nucleus for a Dragon Blood warrior. Linley had reached the late stage of the 6th rank long ago, and in September and October, he had reached the peak of the 6th rank. Right now, Linley had reached a plateau. He could break through any day now. Crack! Crack! All sorts of strange sounds began to emit from Linley's body. Linley's muscles seemed to have a mouse buried beneath them, as they began to ripple up and down non-stop. Even his veins were popping out, and throughout Linley's body, beads of sweat and beads of blood were beginning to come out. I'm finally about to break through. Linley was shocked and pleased. He had waited far too long for this day. Bubble, bubble. That azurish black dragon blood battle chi began to roil about strangely, filling Linley's entire body with pain. But within his dantian, that liquefied dragon blood battle chi began to condense itself yet again, increasing in density by several factors. The dragon blood battle chi was being drawn back into the dantian non-stop. And then, it would once again be emitted from the dantian yet again, forming a circle. Whenever the dragon blood battle chi entered the dantian, it would transform. After roughly an hour's time had passed, all of the dragon blood battle chi in Linley's body had undergone this transformation. Although there was theoretically only a thin barrier between the peak of the 6th rank and the early 7th rank, Linley's strength was now several times greater than it had been in the past. Linley opened his eyes, a look of uncontrollable excitement within them. Haha, I've finally entered the realm of a warrior of the 7th rank. Linley was extremely excited. As long as he were to agitate the dragon blood battle chi in his body, he would be able to assume the dragon form. The training speed of the dragon blood warriors was extremely high, especially in the earlier stages. Linley had spent just about half a year before advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank. This sort of advancement was extremely astounding. But Linley estimated that to progress from the 7th rank to the 8th rank, he would need several years, most likely. The farther along one was, the harder the road would become. But nonetheless, most dragon blood warriors only needed a few decades to reach the saint level in power. Bibi, who had been sleeping nearby this entire time, opened his sleepy eyes, which suddenly brightened. Excitedly, he spiritually said to Linley, "Boss, you reached the 7th rank." "Yeah." Linley nodded happily. "Then doesn't that mean, once you dragon form, you have the power of an early stage 9th rank?" Bibi was excited. "Looks like your power is gonna be more than mine now, boss." Linley began to laugh as well. In the early stages, the boost to power provided by the dragon form was quite dramatic. For example, as a warrior of the 7th rank, in the Yulan Continent, he could only be considered an unremarkable fellow. But upon using the dragon form, he would be an early stage 9th rank warrior, who was qualified to be considered a notable figure in the world. However, the more powerful one grew, the weaker the boost provided by the dragon form would be. Dragon form, after all, was nothing more than forcibly drawing out the dragon blood which a weak dragon blood warrior hadn't been able to fully absorb. Early stage 9th rank, and your dragon form was influenced by the armored razorback Wyrm. The armored razorback Wyrm specializes in speed and defense, while you also possess strong defense and unquestionably high speed. Doering Coward appeared from the ring at this time. Linley was very confident in his own speed. Because after taking on the dragon form, not only did he have the natural high speed of a dragon blood warrior, he could also utilize wind-style magic and boost himself with a supersonic spell of the 7th rank, which would increase his speed by a good amount. Linley was so pleased that he just stood there, grinning stupidly. "Boss, stop laughing like an idiot. Look at yourself, you're filthy. Take a bath, geez." Bibi intentionally put a disgusted look on his face while covering his nose and jumping up and down as he bared his fangs at Linley. Linley looked at himself. At this moment, his body was covered in both sweat and blood. He really did look dirty. Splash! Linley jumped directly into the hot springs pool. The water in the hot springs was constantly flowing, so Linley didn't worry about getting it dirty. After having experienced the sensation of his entire body transforming, then having the hot springs water rush against it, Linley felt so comfortable that he lay within the hot springs pool, eyes closed. He fell asleep. He felt so comfortable that he actually fell asleep. Just as Linley was enjoying a beautiful dream, a voice rang out from outside. "Lord Linley! Lord Linley! The female attendant's voice clearly sounded rather anxious. Linley's eyes suddenly opened. Hearing the voice, he couldn't help but frown. "Come in." Only then did that female attendant dare to enter the gardens. Standing at the side of the hot springs pool, she snuck a few looks at Linley's naked body, then respectfully said, "Lord Linley, a herald from the palace is waiting outside. He says that he has come at the command of His Majesty, who is inviting you, Lord Linley, to make a trip to the palace." "By command of His Majesty." Linley hesitated slightly, then directly clambered out of the pool. "You can leave now." Linley always dressed himself, as he didn't like the female attendants helping him dress. "Yes." Her cheeks scarlet red, the female attendant quickly lowered her head and fled the hot springs garden. Seated in a carriage, headed for the palace. Outside the carriage, aside from 16 palace soldiers, there were 16 knights from the Radiant Church. Linley's entourage was larger than that of even the left premier or the right premier. "Lord Linley, His Majesty is currently within the East Flower Garden." The shrill voice of the palace attendant rang out. "Lead the way," Linley said abruptly. The palace attendant was very deferential towards Linley, smiling at him the entire way. "Who else has His Majesty invited this time?" Linley asked. "Just you, Lord Linley," the palace attendant replied. "Just me?" Linley began to feel suspicious, but he didn't ask anything further. Under the guidance of the palace attendant, Linley finally arrived at the palace's East Flower Garden. As it was now already November, there were very few flowers which were still in bloom. But the countless flowers in the East Flower Garden of the palace were still vibrant and beautiful. And that golden lion, King Clady, was currently chatting with his queen in the garden. "Ha ha, Linley, you came." Clady greeted Linley in a very friendly manner. "Come, sit." "Your Majesty." "Queen." Linley paid his respects, then sat down. Clady and the Queen exchanged glances, and then he grinned at Linley. "Linley, I heard that you have been looking for cloud fungus in order to create a medicinal bath for yourself." "Yes." Linley nodded. Suddenly, Linley had an idea as to why Clady had specially requested his presence at the palace. But Linley didn't quite dare to believe it. He was searching for this cloud fungus for the sake of dealing with Clady. Could it be that Clady was going to? "Ha ha, I knew you were searching for this cloud fungus, so I sent my men out to do a search. By a stroke of good fortune, my palace storehouse just so happened to have a single clump of cloud fungus." Clady glanced at a nearby female attendant, who immediately presented a golden brocade box she was holding to Linley. Linley was really, truly stunned. The cloud fungus that he had been so desperately seeking, had been provided to him by King Clady. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 25, Producing the Powder. Cloud fungus. The true reason why Linley was seeking cloud fungus was to use it to produce blood rupture poison powder. And the reason why he wanted to produce blood rupture poison was because he was going to use it on Clady. But in the end, it was Clady who provided the cloud fungus to him. Can it be that hidden deep within the world, there really is such a thing as the cycle of karma? Linley suddenly thought of the teachings of the Radiant Church, one part of which discussed fate. In the past, Linley had never believed in any religion, but this affair really had developed in a very bizarre way. Given that the cloud fungus had just been delivered into his hands, how could he not take it? "Thank you, Your Majesty." Linley smiled, bowing in thanks while accepting the cloud fungus. But in his heart, Linley was laughing coldly. "Since you've given it to me, this means that the heavens themselves desire your death. You can't blame me." Linley had virtually no memories of his mother, but that didn't stop Linley from deeply desiring to have had a mother's love. Due to never having known his mother, Linley had always been a bit lonely. Whenever he saw someone else's mother and felt a bit unhappy, he would think silent, lonely thoughts of his mother. Upon capturing Clady, he definitely would be able to discover his mother's whereabouts. Linley, I've invited the right premier for lunch today. Stay here and have lunch with us, why won't you? Clady beamed at Linley. Yes, Your Majesty. Linley's attitude was very humble. The Queen nodded gracefully to Linley, then said to Clady in a gentle voice, Your Majesty, you and Master Linley can remain here. I'll go back now. Clady nodded calmly as well. In the kingdom of Fenley, the king's authority vastly outstripped that of the queen's. November. The temperature was getting cold. But Linley and Clady were both dressed lightly, not afraid of the cold in the slightest. Linley was now a warrior of the 7th rank, while Clady was an even mightier warrior of the 9th rank. Your Majesty, why did you invite Merritt to dine with you? Linley was chatting naturally and casually with Clady. Hearing Linley's words, a very satisfied smile appeared on Clady's face. He glanced at the nearby palace maids, who very obediently left. Only then did Clady say in a low voice, Linley, are you aware that Merritt has recently married his 13th wife? 13th. Linley was stunned. He didn't know that this apparently serious, solemn judge, the Lord Right Minister, was so fickle in love. His new wife is an extremely flavorful woman. Clady revealed a smile towards Linley, a type of smile all men understood. Seeing that expression on Clady's face, Linley couldn't help but be startled. Ha! Clady patted Linley on the shoulders. Linley. Next year, you will be 18. Don't tell me you've never tasted a woman before. Linley couldn't help but feel awkward. Clady sighed, Merritt, that kid, was actually able to acquire such an intoxicating little vixen. It really does make one jealous. But since I've taken a fancy to her, that intoxicating little vixen is mine. Merritt won't even dare to touch her from now on. Clady openly spoke of such affairs to Linley. Your Majesty? Is that appropriate? Linley was a bit surprised. She was, after all, the wife of the Right Minister. But from the sound of it, Clady was going to directly seize her for himself. What's inappropriate about it? Merritt only climbed to his current position through women to begin with. He should know very well what his place is. But Linley, that day when Merritt got married and had his banquet, I think you didn't attend. Clady said questioningly. During this period of time, Linley had been pondering the question of alchemy and herbal ingredients. He had no inclination to go to a wedding at all. Generally speaking, Linley declined all banquet invitations from nobles. The wedding banquet of the Right Premier? Declined all the same. Linley, how about today, during lunch, you take a look at Merritt's new wife, Windsor Wen S.A. If you like her, I don't mind giving her to you. I can guarantee that no matter how daring and audacious Merritt might be, he won't dare to touch Windsor a single time. Clady said confidently. Clady possessed absolute authority within the kingdom of Fenley. The day of Merritt's wedding, Clady had taken a fancy towards Windsor. That very night, Clady had sent someone to bring Windsor to a manor outside, and he, Clady, had thoroughly enjoyed himself. As for Merritt, he didn't dare to show any hint of temper. What's more, ever since that night, Merritt no longer dared to touch Windsor. Some of the major ministers in the kingdom of Fenley had risen to their ranks through their abilities. Those were truly capable ministers indeed. But some ministers had clawed their way to their current ranks through some unsightly deeds. Linley was secretly surprised at Clady's forcefulness. But then again, Clady, the one whom men named the Golden Lion, had always been as forceful as a lion. One could imagine how despotically he could act if he so chose. Your Majesty, Duke Merritt, and the Duchess have arrived. A palace attendant ran over and said respectfully. Ha! Come, Linley. Clady immediately stood up. Holding the packaged cloud fungus, Linley could only follow Clady out. But shortly afterwards, they arrived at a very graceful, light red courtyard within the palace. Merritt and that Madame Windsor were there, waiting at the gate to the courtyard. Linley couldn't help but glance at the Madame Windsor who had drawn Clady's interest. Madame Windsor's body was extremely slender. Although she was dressed very conservatively, her tight clothes accentuated every curve and every line of her slender body. Her waist was so slender, and yet her bosom was so full. Her dark red hair was so alluring. In particular, this Madame Windsor's eyes were soul-beguiling. Anyone who saw her would unconsciously begin to think improper thoughts. "Your Majesty." "Lord Linley." Merritt said, and that Madame Windsor echoed him in her gentle voice. "She really is quite an enchanting vixen," Linley said to himself. Clady cast a delighted glance at Linley. In a low voice, he said to Linley, "What do you think? Do you feel a bit of an urge to?" "Your Majesty, let's go in and have lunch," Linley said in a low voice. "Ha ha," Clady began to laugh loudly. That Windsor couldn't help but turn to stare at Linley with her beguiling eyes, seemingly quite interested in Linley. If Merritt and Clady hadn't been there, perhaps she might have gone directly up to Linley and struck up a conversation with him. "Wow, what a beautiful lady." Bibi, on Linley's shoulders the entire time, said, his eyes growing round. Swish. Bibi actually leapt off of Linley's shoulders, landing directly on Windsor's bosom. "It's so big," Bibi's voice sounded out in Linley's mind. Linley was flabbergasted. "What an adorable mouse." Windsor excitedly cuddled Bibi, who used his little head to rub himself against her ampleness, seeming to enjoy himself very much. "Whew." Bibi in hand, Linley managed to finally leave the palace. This entire time in the palace, that Windsor kept on using her beguiling eyes to stare at him. Even Linley found it hard to endure. They entered the carriage. "Return." Linley snapped an order to his guards, and the carriage immediately began to move. "Hey, boss, what's the rush?" "Right, didn't that Clady say he was willing to give Windsor to you? You should accept." Bibi's beady little eyes stared at Linley. Linley couldn't help but smack Bibi on his head. "You perverted little mouse. HRMPH, I'm about to be of age, you know," Bibi said unhappily. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. But thinking back to what he had gained from this trip to the palace, Linley couldn't help but let a hint of a smile appear on his face. He took out the case by his side. Within this case was a clump of cloud fungus. "Now that I have the cloud fungus in hand, all 8 ingredients are ready. I have what I need to produce the blood rupture poison powder." Linley had already decided that he would immediately start to produce the powder when he got back home. "Boss, I feel like that Clady is rather brotherly, stand-up guy. Are you really going to kill him?" Bibi said in a low voice. Frowning, Linley turned to look at Bibi. "Bibi, Clady is the ruler of a country. As long as he has any brains at all, he would naturally try to build a good relationship with me. He is friendly and does right by me, only because of my status and my potential. If I didn't have potential, then Clady probably wouldn't even bother to notice me. Perhaps if I had a beautiful wife, he would directly take her for his own pleasure. Just like with that Merritt." Linley understood Clady quite well. A person like Clady was actually quite heartless. But he could still be considered a capable ruler. At least, he was able to distinguish between capable ministers and useless ones. "In fact, I even am beginning to wonder if, in the past, Clady saw that my mother was beautiful and therefore wanted her for himself." Upon seeing Windsor, Linley had thought of this possibility. Based on Clady's personality, this was not impossible. "Bibi, tell me, how can I spare Clady?" Linley looked at Bibi. Just thinking about that possibility filled Linley with a boundless desire to kill. Perhaps because he could feel the killing desire Linley was feeling towards Clady, Bibi instantly said, "Kill him, kill him." Bibi, will be the first to act against him. Bibi rose to his feet, waving his two paws around while baring his fangs, demonstrating to Linley the deep hatred he, too, felt for Clady. No need for you to act. After finding out about my mother's whereabouts, I will be the first to act. Linley said coldly. Within the secret room in Linley's manor, under the light of 18 lanterns, the entire room was bright. Linley was carefully following the procedures for producing blood rupture poison powder. The procedure for producing this powder was extremely complicated. Each step required caution, caution, caution. If there was even the slightest error, then the ingredients would have been wasted. Right now, on the table within the secret room, there were alchemist's tools, and the 8 ingredients, all chopped up into many small pieces. Gurgle, gurgle. Linley filtered the herbal juice out from the alchemist's pot, then placed this juice into a new, clean pot and began to boil it. At the same time, Linley began to carefully add the 3 remaining ingredients to the mixture. Can't get the order wrong. I should put in the blue heart grass, then the turmeric, then the cardamom kernels. Staring at the alchemy pot, Linley focused all of his concentration onto it, carefully watching it for any reactions. Each step had to be controlled with extreme precision. An entire night passed. I finally produced a single liquid dose. Linley carefully strained the small amount of clear liquid out of the alchemist's pot, pouring it into a white tray. This translucent liquid seems to be just like clear water. There's no distinguishable difference at all. Linley sighed emotionally. Based on the instructions for producing blood rupture poison powder, this final liquid dose could already be considered a form of blood rupture poison. However, only allowing it to dry into powder form would it reach its highest level of potency. By now, this liquid dose had already been boiled once, and not much water remained within it. Most likely, within 10 days' time, it would totally dry and transform into the blood rupture poison powder. The first dose was a success. Tomorrow, I'll make a second dose. Linley was very careful. He didn't dare to use all the materials on a single attempt. After all, if he were to fail, it would be disastrous. By dividing the materials into multiple attempts, at least a single failure wouldn't be too disastrous. A single dosage of poison powder should be enough. But, to be cautious, Linley had decided to prepare multiple doses. Year 9999 of the Yulan calendar. The end of November. The 6 doses of blood rupture poison which Linley had produced had completely dried into powder form. Just by looking at its translucent, crystalline form, it was hard to imagine something which could so dramatically cripple the power of a warrior of the 9th rank. Whew. Although I've used up all my ingredients, these 6 doses of poison powder should be enough. Looking at the 6 packets of powder on his table, Linley let out a long breath. For the sake of this blood rupture poison powder, Linley really had expended a great deal of time and effort. And now, he had succeeded. Now, the only thing that I am missing is an opportunity to make my move against Clady. Linley couldn't help but begin to ponder a way to poison Clady and capture him without anyone suspecting that it had been Linley who did it. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 26, The Scheme. This would be difficult. If it was within the palace, Linley would have to first find an opportunity to use the poison, and then both question and kill Clady within the confines of the palace. Even if I don't worry about the issue of being discovered to be the murderer, upon killing Clady, it will be very hard to escape the palace. In Linley's mind, one possibility after another appeared, then was discarded. Linley finally reached a conclusion. To use poison within the palace and then escape afterwards is virtually impossible. Linley discarded this possibility entirely. After all, there were simply too many experts in the palace. Only if he used the dragon form would he be able to cut his way out. But Linley was not willing to expose the secret that he could dragon form. It has to be outside the palace. Linley felt his head hurt. A place outside the palace, where Clady would be willing to be alone with him. And, the place had to be a stand-alone place. This was extremely difficult. Clady was, after all, the king. If someone wanted to meet with him, they would go in person to the palace. Linley couldn't, after all, send someone to the palace and ask King Clady to come meet him. Linley had never heard of a situation where a subject would request a ruler to come see them. This clearly was unfeasible. Even if Clady gave him face and agreed, Clady would most likely be suspicious and on guard. As soon as Clady became on his guard, the chance of success would be lowered. I have to find an opportunity to be with him alone in a place outside the palace. Despite having been in Fenley City for so long, Linley had never been in a one-on-one situation with Clady before. Generally speaking, they would only meet at banquets. But Linley couldn't make his move at a banquet, in front of an audience of countless people, could he? What to do? Linley was beginning to feel vexed. Early December. The temperature of Fenley City suddenly dropped, and the first snow of this winter came as well. The entire Fenley City was covered white, and the cold bite of the air caused many nobles to hide inside their homes, unwilling to venture outside. Still dressed in loose robes, Linley was strolling on the snow-covered streets, escorted by 2 guards. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of footsteps on the snow. The snow-covered Fenley City was exceptionally alluring. On the gates of the noble manors on each side of the Greenleaf Road were countless icicles. The reflected rays of the sun glittered off of them, making them seem all the more beautiful to behold. The towering, snow-covered pine trees in front of the manors seemed exceptionally beautiful as well. The scene was a beautiful one. But Linley's mood was foul. That Clady is already a warrior of the 9th rank. Although advancing from the 9th rank to the saint level is very hard, perhaps one day he will suddenly break through. By then, it will be even more hopeless. Linley really didn't want to wait any longer. The earlier he made his move against Clady, the greater his chance of success. But he needed an opportunity. Boss, look. Many of the nearby manors have been renovated and redecorated. Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. While walking on the road, Linley's thoughts were elsewhere, so naturally he hadn't noticed. But upon hearing Bibi's words, Linley noticed that the manors alongside Greenleaf Road were now different from before. This is, Linley said questioningly. Hang it up. Good. Now move it a bit to the left. A servant of the nearest manor was busy hanging up various decorations under the instruction of a nearby man. Those are, Yulan flowers. Linley noticed the decorations hanging next to the door and what patterns they had. The patterns looked like Yulan flowers. Suddenly, Linley understood what was going on. Right? It's already December. The Yulan festival will be coming quite soon. And it will be the 10,000th Yulan festival. Linley knew the importance of this particular Yulan festival. Year 10,000 of the Yulan calendar, January 1st. That would perhaps be the most festive day in the history of the Yulan Continent. No wonder every single noble clan was putting up so many decorations. Crunch. One of the steps on a ladder which the servant was standing on while hanging up decorations suddenly broke. The servant lost his footing, wobbled, and then fell down, first banging against the ladder, and then slamming into the stone ground head first, his fresh blood staining the ground red. The nearby servants all were frightened. Are you okay? All of them ran forward to help the man up. A bit dizzy, that wounded man said in a weak voice. Fortunately, the ladder wasn't too high, and so the force with which he struck the ground wasn't too great either. That was the only reason he had survived. All right, that's enough for you for today. Go home and rest. Kolkaer, go take care of him. Geez. You weren't even that high up, but you managed to smash yourself this badly. The manager shook his head helplessly. The servant named Cole immediately helped prop up the wounded servant and began to assist him back to his home. Seeing this, Linley was stunned. Lord Linley. Only now did that manager notice Linley, and he quickly went forward to pay his respects to Linley. This manor was the manor of Duke Bonault, and Linley had come here before. Naturally, this manager recognized Linley. Good morning, Lord Linley, the manager said with a bow. Only now did Linley recover from his stupor. An excited smile appearing on his face, he looked at the man and chuckled. Ha ha, good morning to you as well. Ha ha, all right, time to go home. Excited, Linley immediately turned around, leading his guards back. Hey, why is our lord so happy? Those two warriors began to chat with each other in low voices. They had seen what a foul mood Linley had been in this morning, so what had suddenly caused him to be so excited? This method is so simple. Why didn't I think of it? Ha ha. Linley couldn't help but slap himself on the head. He really had obsessed so much that his brain had gone bad. Linley had already come up with a surefire method to bring Clady to visit him. This method was, receive an injury. I'll pretend that when I was training battle chi, I suffered some internal injuries by accident. If I'm wounded, from what I've seen thus far, Clady will most likely come to visit me. Linley was feeling unbelievably happy. As long as he made his move within his own manner, it would be very easy for him to plot against Clady. As for the status and wealth granted by the Holy Union, I've never cared too much. After I find out what happened to my mother and kill Clady, I will use the back channels of the Dawson conglomerate to flee from the Holy Union's domain. Linley had already come to a firm decision. The Holy Union held no attractions for Linley. Right now, his one and only family member, Little Wharton, was staying in the O'Brien Empire. There was nothing in the Holy Union preventing Linley from leaving. To kill Clady in a way which wouldn't raise any suspicions was virtually impossible. Since this was impossible, the only choice Linley had was to accept that he would have to make a small sacrifice. To Linley, the Holy Union held no further attractions, after all. Linley's manor. The Hot Springs Garden. Linley was seated cross-legged within the grassy area, cultivating dragon blood battle chi. Like the ferocious waves of the ocean, the dragon blood battle chi burst forth, clashing against every blood vessel in his body. In truth, the average warrior of the 7th rank wouldn't be able to withstand such training. But Linley was different. He had drank blood from a living dragon. Generally speaking, when dragon's blood was applied to the outside of one's body, it would acquire an astonishing durability. But Linley had actually drank it into his stomach, which caused all of his blood vessels to also gain an incredible degree of resiliency. Pawk! Linley suddenly vomited out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his face turned white. Arg! A painful, guttural roar ripped out from Linley's mouth. Right now, all of the female attendants outside the Hot Springs Garden could faintly hear that low roar of Linley's, and they all rushed against the door, pressing their ears against it to listen carefully. Lord Linley seems to be in a lot of pain. One of the skinnier attendants said questioningly. Seems like it? Another, chubbier attendant nodded. But none of them dared to go inside. Lord Linley. That skinnier attendant called out. Come in, Linley's voice rang out. Those two attendants exchanged glances, then immediately pushed the door open and ran inside. But upon arriving at the grassy area, they were both frightened. There was a large pool of blood on the ground, and Linley was collapsed on the ground, his face pale. Assist me to my room, Linley said in a low voice. Yes. The two female attendants were a bit frantic. Each of them helping hold Linley by an arm, they immediately assisted Linley all the way to his private bedroom. Milord, should we ask for the light-style magi to come? The skinnier female attendant asked. No need. My injuries are internal. Magic won't be able to help. I have to quietly recover. Linley took a deep breath, then assumed the meditation position on the bed, his eyes closing. The two of you can leave now. Yes, milord. The two female attendants bowed respectfully and left. Both the light style and the water style recovery spells were spells of a reparative nature, allowing physical wounds to heal. But to damage done to internal organs, they wouldn't be of much assistance. Within Linley's room, only him and Yale were present. Third bro, you aren't injured. Yale was confused. If you aren't injured, why are you pretending to be injured? And asked to meet with me so urgently. Even before he feigned injury, Linley had sent someone to ask for Yale. Linley said in a low voice, Boss Yale, this affair has to do with my revenge. Boss Yale. I can tell you now. That Clady is most likely the person who killed my mother. The person who killed your mother. Yale stared. Third bro, you are planning to. Right. Get revenge. Linley didn't hide anything from his bro. That Clady is a warrior of the 9th rank. How are you going to get revenge on him? And he's the king of the kingdom of Fenley as well. Yale was growing frantic with concern for Linley. Linley said solemnly, don't worry. I already have total confidence in my ability to deal with him. However, after I kill Clady, then even if the Radiant Church spares me and doesn't kill me, my life will most likely be made miserable. Thus I have decided that after I kill Clady, I will immediately leave the Holy Union. Leave the Holy Union. Yale was startled, but then he quickly understood. Right. You do need to leave. Leave this to me. The mercantile power of our Dawson conglomerate is spread over every major city in the Holy Union. It will be very easy for us to smuggle a person out of the Holy Union with no one the wiser. What's more, our Dawson conglomerate has master disguisers as well. Yale was totally confident. Linley knew full well how powerful the Dawson conglomerate was. How could one of the 3 major trading unions of the Yulan Continent be trifled with? I know. That's why, Boss Yale, I want for you to arrange for someone to wait for me at that hotel at the end of the Greenleaf Road. When I arrive there later, you can help arrange for me to be smuggled outside the Holy Union. Linley was very confident that after killing Clady, he would be able to easily make his way to this hotel. No worries. Yale nodded. Third bro. Yale frowned, looking at Linley. You have to be careful. Linley smiled at Yale. Boss Yale, you must have faith in me. The news that Linley had been injured quickly spread out. The first to receive this news was not the ruler of the kingdom of Fenley, it was the cardinal of the Radiant Church, Guillermo. But very quickly, King Clady and the various nobles of Fenley received the news that Linley had suffered an injury when training. Although injuries caused by training were rather rare, they weren't unheard of. Generally speaking, only someone who trained too hard and exceeded his body's maximum limits would suffer such an injury, and sometimes even harm the organs. The only thing to do now is to wait for King Clady. Wearing a loose robe, Linley sat on a chair in his bedroom, his face ashen. Bibi was standing on a nearby chair as well. Lord Linley. The female attendant from outside ran in. Linley's eyes couldn't help but light up. But then, Linley immediately returned to presenting himself as weak. Looking at the attendant, he said calmly, "What is it?" "Lord Cardinal Guillermo has arrived." The female attendant hurriedly said. "Oh." Linley's heart was suddenly gripped with worry. Although Guillermo's visit had been expected, Linley suddenly thought of something. What if Guillermo was present when King Clady arrived as well? Then it would be very difficult for him to act against Clady. After all, Guillermo was a magus of the 9th rank. That blood rupture poison was used primarily against warriors to weaken their power, and didn't have much of an impact on magi. Linley. Just at this moment, Guillermo's voice sounded out from outside the room. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 27, The Wine. Linley couldn't help but turn his head to the door. Guillermo was there, dressed in a long, red robe, a smile on his face, his waist straight. His eyes, however, were very fierce and resolved. Under the escort of the two vicars, Guillermo strode into the room. So Guillermo has already arrived. I hope Clady will be a bit slower. Linley was filled with anticipation. The only weakness in this plan of his was the possibility that Clady and this magus of the 9th rank would come at the same time. After all, the blood rupture poison was of no use against a magus. Linley immediately began to stand up. Lord Guillermo. Linley, look at yourself. Your face is so pale. Sit, sit. Guillermo immediately took 2 quick steps forward to stop Linley from rising. Lord Guillermo, I'm fine. Although I suffered some internal injuries while training battle chi, I can still walk and act normally. Only, it's a pity that for a period of time, I won't be able to train battle chi anymore. Linley said with a long sigh. At a time like this, you are still thinking of training battle chi? Guillermo said angrily. External injuries are easy to heal, but internal ones are much more dangerous. If you don't heal them properly, it's possible that they'll cause harm to you for your entire life. Thank you, Lord Guillermo, for your concern. In truth, Linley had a very good impression of Guillermo. He couldn't help but cast a glance to the entranceway. I hope this Clady will arrive a bit later. Yesterday's blizzard had caused Fenley City to become very cold, and there were very few people on the road from the palace. But right now, 100-man strong contingent of guards were currently protecting and escorting a lavish golden carriage out of the palace. Crunch! Crunch! The wheels of the carriage crushed through the snow. Ransom Lansai Mew, open the door. Clady ordered. The carriage was extremely spacious, and could easily fit 5 or 6 people very comfortably. This Ransom was one of Clady's personal bodyguards, and he immediately said, Yes, Your Majesty. He quickly pulled open the curtain door, letting in a blast of that frigid air. But neither Ransom nor Clady felt the cold in the slightest, despite the fact that Clady was just wearing a jacket over some undergarments, while Ransom was wearing the traditional uniform of a palace servant. This Linley actually managed to damage his vitals due to overtraining battle chi. Geez. Clady couldn't help but laugh while sighing. Ransom said in a low voice, that Lord Linley is still very young, yet he still has such accomplishments. No matter how talented a person is, one still needs to train hard. For a warrior to be able to injure himself internally due to overtraining battle chi shows to what extent he goes to when he trains. The limits to a person's body's endurance might perhaps be very high. But each time one tried to stimulate one's potential, one couldn't go too far. Although it was true that hard work was beneficial to a warrior in training, one couldn't go overboard either. The body wouldn't be able to handle it. Right. This Linley's future accomplishments will be unimaginable. Clady nodded as well. Seeing the look on Clady's face, Ransom sighed secretly. As Clady's personal bodyguard, naturally he had a deep understanding of his master. With the forceful personality that Clady had, it was very rare for Clady to be so courteous to someone. But towards Linley, Clady had never stopped being courteous for a single moment. It's a pity that, in that year, His Majesty, alas. His Majesty knows that he has no hope of entering the saint level, which is why he views Linley with such importance. Ransom knew Clady's secret. Although Clady was a warrior of the 9th rank, Ransom knew, that unless the Radiant Sovereign was to bestow his divine power upon Clady, Clady would never be able to reach the saint rank, no matter what. Your Majesty, we have arrived at Lord Linley's manor. Ransom said softly. Through the open door, the gate to Linley's manor could be seen quite clearly. At this moment, there were 2 powerfully built warriors standing guard outside the gate. These 2 warriors were elite members of ace divisions of the Knights of the Radiant Church. Crunch. The carriage came to a halt. Ransom was the first to leave the carriage, then respectfully waited for Clady to step out as well. "Your Majesty." Those two guards bowed respectfully. "Oh, someone arrived before me." Clady noticed that there was another luxurious carriage stationed outside, along with a group of knights of the Radiant Temple standing outside. "Right. Lord Guillermo has already arrived." One of the two warriors guarding the gate said respectfully. "Lord Guillermo has arrived? That's fine." Clady glanced back at his own squad. "All of you stay here. Ransom, come with me." After issuing these orders, Clady made his way through the gate, his personal bodyguard behind him. Right now, Linley was still engaged in conversation with Guillermo. Neither of them knew that Clady had already reached the gate. This Guillermo still isn't leaving. Linley was beginning to grow impatient. If Guillermo intended to keep on chatting with him like this, who knew how much longer this would go on for? The longer this went on, the more complicated things would get. Growing anxious, Linley suddenly put a hand to his mouth. Cough. Cough. Linley let out a few coughs, coughing so hard that his white face turned red. "Linley." Guillermo was very surprised. He didn't imagine that Linley's injury would be as severe as this. "Linley, you must properly use this medicine I have brought you. They have the effect of assisting the body in healing its internal organs." Guillermo hurriedly said. "Your body isn't in good shape right now. Get some rest." "I won't disturb your rest any further." Guillermo stood up. After coughing, Linley's ashen face was even paler than before, without a hint of blood. "Lord Guillermo, my sincere apologies." Linley said apologetically. "It's fine. Get some rest. Your body is what's important." Guillermo reminded him yet again, before leaving the room along with his vicars. Just as Clady and Ransom walked through the gate to Linley's manor, they heard a voice call out from behind them. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Clady turned around questioningly, only to see Merritt quickly jump out from a carriage. "Your Majesty! Merritt, you came as well." Clady chuckled, coming to a stop as he looked at Merritt. Merritt ran to Clady. Respectfully, he said, "Lord Linley's been injured. How could I not come?" "Your Majesty, how could you go inside with just Ransom? It isn't safe." Merritt hurriedly said. When a ruler paid a visit to one of his subjects, usually he would bring all of his guards directly inside as well. The first reason was to protect the safety of the ruler. The second was to display the ruler's authority and power. "No need. I'm just checking up on Linley. No need to raise the flag high and all that." Clady chuckled. "Much less, within the city of Fenley, who is capable of posing a threat to me, HRM. Clady's self-confidence wasn't without merit. First of all, Clady wasn't worried about most combatants of the 9th rank. The only type of person which Clady truly feared was a saint-level combatant, but would a saint-level combatant come to assassinate him, a king? What's more, this was Fenley City, the holy capital of the Radiant Church. Who would dare to act rashly within the confines of the Radiant Church's headquarters? Right, right. Your servant was being too cautious." Merritt hurriedly said. "Let's go. We can go inside together." Clady entered along with Merritt and Ransom. "Your Majesty, Linley is currently recuperating within the private courtyard in the east wing. Allow me to guide the way." Escorted by the pretty attendant, Clady, Merritt, and Ransom began to head towards Linley's resting area. But halfway there, Clady and the other two saw Guillermo and his two vicars. "Lord Guillermo." Clady, Merritt, and Ransom simultaneously paid their respects. "Clady, you came as well." Guillermo nodded. This internal injury of Linley's seems to be a heavy one. Just now, he was coughing. When you go to see him, don't waste too much time. Just see how he is doing, then allow him to rest. Understood. Clady nodded. Then I'll leave now. Guillermo nodded as well, then led his two vicars out and left. Clady went with Merritt and Ransom to Linley's chambers. Guillermo's departure allowed Linley to let out a sigh of relief. But before he had a chance to take a breather, a female attendant came running in to make a report. Lord Linley. His Majesty and the Right Premier have arrived. The female attendant hurriedly reported. He's here. Linley's eyes lit up. I've waited so long. He finally came. Linley couldn't repress the excitement in his heart. You can go now. Linley immediately ordered the attendant to leave, and then he calmly stood up, quietly awaiting Clady's arrival. Just a few seconds later, Linley heard the sound of footsteps. Linley. Clady's voice rang out as soon as he entered the room. In 3 quick steps, he arrived by Linley's side. In a very caring voice, he said, Linley, your face looks terrible. Quick, sit down and rest. Have a good rest. Linley was pressed down to his seat by Clady. Lord Linley. Merritt was very courteous to Linley as well. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Lord Merritt. Linley said with a rather weak voice. But the excitement in Linley's heart was beginning to swell. In the past, after learning of his father's death, Linley had instructed Hillman to take his clan's heirloom, the Warblade Slaughterer, to the O'Brien Empire. At that time, he had already made up his mind that the risk of death would not be enough to sway his decision to gain revenge. Father. Mother. His father's death was linked to Clady as well. If it hadn't been for Clady ordering Patterson to abduct his mother, how would his father have died in an attempt to gain revenge? And of course, his mother's disappearance was Clady's doing. Your Majesty. I'm fine. I've just suffered some internal injuries, and won't be able to train Battle Chief for a while. I can still carry out my normal, day-to-day activities. Linley said with a smile. That's good. That's good. Clady revealed a hint of a smile as well. Lord Merritt, you came as well. Linley suddenly remembered something, and exclaimed happily, right. I haven't had the chance to drink the flagon of fine wine that you gifted to me last time, Lord Merritt. Since both you and His Majesty have arrived today, let's have a little drink. As he spoke, Linley headed to the liquor cabinet next to him. No need. Linley, you've been injured. You can't drink any alcohol. Clady advised him. It's fine. My wound is just a light one. And a little bit of wine is good to get one's veins active. As he spoke, Linley plucked out 4 wine glasses, along with a bottle of red wine. Ransom, you should sit as well. At my home, there's no need to stand on so much ceremony. Linley knew a great deal about Ransom. As Clady's personal bodyguard, he was an extremely powerful person as well. Although Linley couldn't clearly determine his power, Linley was certain that he was at least a combatant of the 7th rank, or perhaps even of the 8th rank. No need. I don't drink alcohol. Ransom shook his head in refusal. As His Majesty's personal attendant, he had to maintain his wakefulness at all times. Linley, Ransom never drinks alcohol. No need to invite him to drink. Clady shook his head towards Linley. Linley, when Lord Guillermo saw me just now, he said you were coughing hard. He wanted you to have a good rest. It's best that we don't drink. Not drink? Nobody but Linley knew this, but the blood rupture poison had already been mixed in with this wine. If Clady didn't drink, how would he be poisoned? No worries. Lord Guillermo is overly concerned about my welfare. Smiling, Linley poured everyone a glass of wine. Your Majesty. This wine is exceptionally delightful. Lord Merritt, come. Let's all have a toast. Linley raised his own glass. Clady and Merritt had no choice but to raise their glasses as well. A light ringing sound as their cups touched. And then Clady, Merritt, and Linley each drank the wine. Pa! Linley suddenly began to cough violently again, spitting out all the wine from his mouth. The coughing Linley's face turned a sickly red color again. Linley, I told you not to drink wine. You just had to drink. Clady said in dissatisfaction. He hurriedly went over to help Linley. I'm fine. Linley smiled and reached out to stop Clady. Suddenly, Linley stared at Clady. In a solemn voice, he said, Your Majesty. There is a very important matter which I would like to discuss with you, Your Majesty. A very important matter. Seeing the expression on Linley's face, Clady felt confused. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 28, Mother's Life or Death. Linley cautiously glanced about the room, saying in a low voice, Your Majesty, just a moment. Let me order out the people who are outside. As he spoke, Linley walked out the door, then barked at the two guards outside. Both of you, stand down. Without my direct orders, do not permit anyone to enter this courtyard. Yes, Lord Linley. Those two guards saluted respectfully, then left. Now, the only ones left in this stand-alone courtyard were Linley, Clady, Merritt, and Ransom. Kriok. Linley quietly shut the door. Linley, what sort of secret is this, that you even close the door? Clady chuckled. Linley glanced at Clady, laughing coldly in his heart. He himself knew that Clady had already been poisoned by the blood rupture poison. As the blood rupture poison didn't actually cause any damage to the body, just prevent the generation of battle chi, it was only after a person attempted to generate battle chi that they would discover that they had been poisoned. This affair really is quite important. Linley's face was solemn. At this time, Ransom suddenly moved closer towards Clady. As the personal bodyguard of the king, Ransom was beginning to feel that this environment was vaguely dangerous. At the same time, Ransom also felt that as Clady was a warrior of the 9th rank, and Ransom was a warrior of the 8th rank, by all rights, nobody here should be capable of being a threat to them. But one could never be too careful. Your Majesty. Linley stared solemnly at Clady. My mother left this world when I was young. Clady nodded. He had investigated Linley's background, and had discovered that Linley's mother had died in childbirth, while giving birth to Linley's younger brother, Warden. I have no memories of receiving motherly love, only of the strictness of my father. My father was quite severe towards me in terms of both warrior training as well as all the education which nobles were expected to have. My father's requirements for me were very high and very strict. Linley looked at Clady as he spoke slowly. Clady was beginning to be confused. He didn't understand what any of this had to do with the so-called important matter which Linley had mentioned. But as the ruler of the kingdom, Clady showed a kingly poise and didn't interrupt. Your Majesty, I expect that you know that my clan, the Baruch clan, is also the clan of the Dragon Blood Warriors. A slightly proud look was on Linley's face. That's right. One of the 4 supreme warrior clans, the Dragon Blood Warrior clan. This is an illustrious, ancient lineage. Clady sighed with praise. Linley shook his head. We were only illustrious in the past. My clan had fallen so far that even our ancestral heirloom had been lost for hundreds of years. Each and every generation of Baruch clan leaders had desired to seize back this heirloom for centuries, but this never occurred. Your Majesty, when I was accepted by the Ernst Institute and left home, do you know what my father said to me the day I left? What did he say? Clady looked at Linley. My father said, if in the future I do not bring back the ancestral heirloom of our clan, even in his death, he wouldn't forgive me. Linley's body was trembling slightly. Clady, Merritt, and even Ransom all stared in amazement. A father could actually say such a thing to his son? Your father went a bit too far. Clady said. No. Linley shook his head solemnly. I understand my father's desire. My dragon blood warrior clan had been downtrodden for centuries, without a single truly powerful person appearing in all that time. My father understood that I would be the strongest person my clan had produced in centuries. Hundreds of years of hopes and desires all rested on my shoulders. Tell me, how could my father permit me to be a failure? Clady began to understand. My father's lifelong desire was to bring the Warblade Slaughterer back to the clan. Linley's voice was growing fierce. At the Ernst Institute, I didn't dare to slacken off in the slightest. I trained like mad. I always remembered my father's wish, my father's instructions. Clady and the others were beginning to understand Linley's motivations. Half a year ago, after I auctioned off Awakening from the Dream, I went back home, and that time, I brought the Warblade Slaughterer with me. Linley's voice rose to a higher timbre. Clady, Ransom, and Merritt were stunned. Because they all knew that on that trip, Linley had found that his father had already passed away. But when I excitedly returned home, I was welcomed by the news of my father's death. Before he died, he didn't have a chance to see the Warblade, and I didn't have a chance to see my father one last time either. All those years of hard work, my dream of making my father happy, unfortunately, all the muscles on Linley's face were twitching, and the expression on his face was terrifying to behold. Clady and the others could all understand how Linley was feeling. Linley, don't be too heartbroken, Clady sighed. Linley sneered. But, do you know why or how my father died? Clady, Merritt, and Ransom were all startled. My father was killed, Your Majesty, by your younger brother, Duke Patterson. Linley's eyes began to turn red. What? Clady rose to his feet in shock. By his side, Merritt and Ransom were both stunned as well. Therefore, I killed Patterson. Linley's voice was very sinister. At this point in time, Ransom was the first to feel that something was very wrong in this room. He vigilantly inched closer to Clady, guarding against Linley's actions. But suddenly, just at this moment, Ransom felt a gust of wind from behind. Ransom, a warrior of the 8th rank, knew that he wouldn't have time to turn his head, and so his only choice was to swing his arm behind him in defense. Crunch. An incredibly painful feeling, and then, Ransom could no longer feel his arm's existence. Only now did Ransom notice, from the corner of his eyes. A rat-like magical beast, nearly half a meter long, was standing beside him. Aside from noticing the rat's blood-covered maw, Ransom also noticed its sharp claws moving extremely fast towards him. At such a close distance, Ransom didn't have any chance of dodging at all. It was too fast. Snick. The sharp claws split apart Ransom's throat. Ransom stared in astonishment, but gradually, the life faded away from his eyes. He simply couldn't understand where this half-meter-long rodent-type magical beast had come from. The first thing he had done when he had entered the room was to scan it carefully. He only noticed a small shadow mouse on the ground which was the size of a man's palm. Could a palm-sized shadow mouse pose a threat? To a warrior of the 8th rank, not at all. Ransom thus wasn't on his guard against it at all. And thus, being caught totally off guard, this warrior of the 8th rank, Ransom, was easily killed by the shadow mouse, BB. In truth, his death wasn't too unjust. Given BB's current power, even if Ransom had been able to fight him openly and fairly, he still probably wouldn't have been able to hold on for too long. Ransom. Clady and Merritt were both shocked. A stately warrior of the 8th rank died in one action. The two of them stared in shock at that shadow mouse. Before their very eyes, BB's body shrank down, returning to a fist-sized state, then leaping back onto Linley's shoulders. BB. Well done. Linley rubbed BB's little head. BB closed his eyes, luxuriating in the feeling. Linley turned his head to once more stare at Clady. That cold look in his eyes made Clady feel very uneasy. "Linley, what do you think you are doing?" Clady barked coldly. At the same time, he began to activate the battle chi in his body. But at that moment, Clady suddenly felt that those wide-open blood vessels in his body had suddenly been stopped up by something. Based on the dense battle chi which Clady possessed as a warrior of the 9th rank, in the past the flow of his battle chi was as powerful and forceful as the crushing waves of the sea. But now, he was only able to forcibly activate a tiny amount of battle chi, and sometimes the flow would break entirely. Right now, the amount of battle chi available to Clady was perhaps only 1% of what was normally available to him. "Your Majesty, don't shout and don't resist. If you resist, you die," Linley said calmly. Clady instantly realized what sort of situation he was now in. Right now, just based on his muscle power, he could perhaps compete against a warrior of the 7th rank. But that little shadow mouse on Linley's shoulders was capable of killing even a warrior of the 8th rank like Ransom in a flash. Clady didn't doubt in the slightest that Linley and his little shadow mouse had the power to kill him in an instant. "Linley, how dare you? You dare to attempt to assassinate His Majesty?" Terrified out of his mind, Merritt shouted. "Shut your mouth." Linley cast a frozen glance at Merritt. Merritt's muscle strength wasn't that powerful. Now that he was virtually totally unable to activate his battle chi, he could perhaps be comparable at most to a normal warrior of the 4th rank. Merritt quickly understood the situation as well. Not daring to shout at Linley, he still tried to persuade him. "Linley, you have a great future and lots of potential. In the future, you'll be a high-level official within the Radiant Church, and perhaps one day you'll even be the next Holy Emperor. Why must you destroy your future prospects? Linley, I trust that His Majesty won't blame you for having killed Patterson. He brought calamity upon himself when he acted against your father." As he spoke, Merritt glanced at Clady. Clady nodded as well. "Linley, I am willing to pretend that nothing happened today. As for Patterson, he's already dead. Linley, His Majesty has already spoken. Don't act too rashly," Merritt hurriedly said. "Shut your mouth." Linley suddenly stretched his arm out. Like iron claws, Linley's right hand stretched out and grabbed Merritt by the throat, suddenly raising him up in the air. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Merritt stared at Linley, terrified, gurgling out his pleas. "Linley!" Clady immediately called out. But with a cold laugh, Linley flexed his fingers, and then let his hand relax. Crunch! With a snapping sound, Merritt fell to the floor. He grabbed his throat, just barely managing to force out an ah-ah sound. In the moments just before his death, he still couldn't believe what had happened. He had come to visit today alongside King Clady, and yet, this was the result. As he died, Merritt's life began to flash before his eyes. The last thing he thought of was a woman. If I had known that I would die in Linley's hands, then, that day, I shouldn't have let Alice slip through my fingers. This was the last thought Merritt ever had. Linley was smiling coldly at Clady. "Linley, why are you acting against me? I seem to have treated you quite well." Clady looked at Linley, but at this moment, Clady was hoping to himself, "Snow Lion, bring someone, quick, quick." As a warrior of the 9th rank, Clady had a magical beast companion of his own. The Snow Lion was a glacial snow lion, an 8th rank magical beast who came from the far north. Generally speaking, it would remain in the palace. Because of the soul-binding contract which bound them, the minds of the Snow Lion and Clady were linked. Thus, the Snow Lion immediately knew that Clady had been a victim of an ambush. Clady knew very well that right now, his priority was to delay as long as he could. "True, you have treated me well. But what about my mother?" Linley stared death at Clady. If it hadn't been for the fact that in the past, Clady had ordered the abduction of Linley's mother, Linley's father would still be alive, and his mother would be at home as well. His parents would still be alive. But because of Clady's actions, he had lost both parents. Mother? Didn't your mother die in childbirth? Clady didn't understand. Die in childbirth? Linley laughed loudly, his voice wild. And then he stared coldly at Clady. That was just a cover story that we made up. Clady, after my mother gave birth to my little brother, my father and her went to the Radiant Temple to pray. But that night, upon returning to their hotel, they were attacked and my mother was captured. Clady, could it be that you have forgotten that 12 years ago, you ordered Patterson to have kidnappers abduct my mother? Linley stared coldly at Clady. Don't deny it. Patterson has already told me everything. That was your mother. Clady was totally shocked. What, you remember now? Linley's eyes were boiling with fury. Tell me. What happened to my mother? Tell me, is she alive, or is she dead? Clady said calmly, your mother, I handed over to another person. You can't afford to offend that person. Neither can I. Another person. Linley totally didn't understand. But at the same time, Linley felt a thread of hope in his heart. A person that even Clady couldn't afford to offend had abducted his mother. There had to be an important reason behind it. Perhaps, his mother was still alive. Clady laughed coldly. But I can tell you one thing. Your mother is dead. Without question, she is dead. No, Linley stared. You don't believe me. Despite the situation he was in, Clady began to laugh. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 29, Kill however many come. Within the palace. The glacial snow lion which Clady had tamed had 10 or so servants dedicated solely to his maintenance. After having tended him for so long, the glacial snow lion's attendants could already guess what the glacial snow lion was saying when it roared. Where's the snow lion? A white-robed male palace attendant said in a high-pitched voice. Milord, the snow lion is currently asleep. One of the glacial snow lion's attendants said respectfully. The palace attendant nodded arrogantly. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, a series of ferocious roars could be heard. The roars sounded frantic and worried. Hearing the sound, the face of the attendant responsible for tending the glacial snow lion instantly changed. The white-robed palace attendant was even more worried. He asked, what's going on? What's wrong with the snow lion? Roaring furiously, the snow lion quickly charged forwards to them. His Majesty is in danger. The servant charged with tending the snow lion was frantic. Quick! 10 years ago, this happened once as well. His Majesty must be in grave danger. Quick, quick, go protect His Majesty. Milord, where is His Majesty right now? The expression on the face of the white-robed palace attendant changed as well. His Majesty left the palace. Right. He went to Lord Linley's manor. Quick, quick, go protect His Majesty. The attendant bellowed. At the same time, the attendant directly leapt onto the snow lion's back. After having spent every day feeding the snow lion, the creature held very little animosity towards him and was willing to let him ride atop itself. Just at this moment, 5 shadows suddenly flew over as well. These were 5 of the top experts of the palace. Snow Lion, is His Majesty in danger? A golden-haired middle-aged man barked out to the glacial snow lion. The snow lion continued to bellow while nodding at the same time. Quick, to Lord Linley's manor. His Majesty is there. A jade-haired expert quickly said. 4th bro, you go find Lord Kaiser Sa. The golden-haired middle-aged man shouted. Lord Kaiser was the leader of these experts, and one of the most powerful combatants of the Kingdom of Fenley. There were only a total of 2 combatants of the 9th level who had pledged loyalty to the Kingdom of Fenley, with one being King Clady himself, and the other being this Lord Kaiser. Because of Lord Kaiser's high status, there was no need for him to live long-term in the palace. Yes, second bro. You go protect His Majesty. I'll find Lord Kaiser. The jade-haired man immediately sped off. Snow Lion, let's go. The four of them immediately sped off with the Snow Lion in the direction of Linley's manor. Within Linley's manor. Right now, within Linley's recuperation courtyard, aside from two corpses, only Linley and Clady were present. No, how do you know that my mother is dead? Didn't you say you gave my mother to another person, a person even you dared not offend? I don't believe that a person like that would abduct my mother just for the purpose of killing her. Linley refused to believe it. His father was already dead. Linley didn't want for his mother to be dead as well. Deep in his heart, Linley thirsted for his family to be alive. Ha ha, Clady began to laugh while looking at Linley with pity in his eyes. Linley, I can tell you clearly, right now, that person didn't instruct me to abduct your mother for him. I did it on my own initiative, abducting your mother, then gifting her to him. Because I knew, he really needed women like her. And I also know very well that in the past, this lord had acquired quite a few women like your mother. And all of them, without exception, perished. A hint of mad laughter was in Clady's eyes. Linley seemed to have been hit by a bolt of lightning. His body swayed. Without exception. Linley stared at Clady. Clady looked at Linley with pity in his eyes. Linley, you should have had an extremely resplendent future. But you insisted on choosing this path. Since you've already chosen this path, your future has now been determined as well. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Linley suddenly began to laugh loudly, all of the muscles on his face twitching. Linley stared at Clady with eyes like death. Clady. It was you. You were the one who harmed my mother, and in the end caused my father to die. If it wasn't for you, I probably would be enjoying a wonderful life with my parents right now. It was you. It was all you. It was you who ruined. Linley's hand stretched out, grabbing a straight chisel by his side. What are you planning to do? Clady stared at Linley with his tiger-like eyes. What am I going to do? Linley stared at the straight chisel in his hands. In the past, I always engaged in stone sculpting. But today, I want to try flesh sculpting. Linley's eyes had already begun to turn a dark, gold color, just like those eyes of the armored razorback Wyrm. Heartless. Cold. Within the coiling dragon ring, Dourang Coward continued to maintain his silence. Having watched Linley grow up, Dourang Coward understood Linley very well. Linley deeply valued his family and his brothers. For the sake of his family and his brothers, Linley wouldn't fear death. Right now, the men responsible for the deaths of his mother and father were right in front of him. It was impossible for Linley to remain calm at a time like this. Flesh sculpting. Clady was startled. Linley's gaze was fierce, and he carefully inspected Clady's entire body. Don't worry. You have such a strong, powerful body. I am confident that I will be able to slice you 1,000 times before I let you die, as a woman. Linley's voice was freezing cold, and the murderous aura rolled from him in waves. You. Clady's face turned icy cold as well, and he viciously snarled, Linley, I will definitely kill you and let you reunite with your two unfortunate parents. Reunite. Thinking of his parents, Linley's urge to kill grew only stronger. Have a taste of my straight chisel technique. Linley's face appeared to be covered by a layer of frost. With a wave of his hand, he sent the straight chisel directly towards Clady's waist. But once the straight chisel got within 10 centimeters or so of Clady, it was suddenly impeded by a strange force. A translucent sigil suddenly appeared in mid-air, easily blocking Linley's chisel. What is this? Linley was totally shocked. I told you. I will definitely kill you. Clady stood up, looking at Linley arrogantly. His powerful body made him look like an enraged lion. Impossible. Linley's body erupted with dragon blood battle chi, and the straight chisel in his hands chopped viciously towards Clady's body. Swish. Swish. 7 chops in a row, all aimed at a different part of Clady's body. But no matter where he chopped, his chisel would be blocked by that translucent pattern at around 10 centimeters away from Clady's body. "You don't have the ability to kill me," Clady said arrogantly. "Rayarg." On Linley's shoulders, Bibi's mouth suddenly widened and expanded as he viciously bit down at Clady. Facing Bibi's bite attack, Clady didn't seem afraid in the slightest. Perhaps he was simply too confident in the power of this defense, as he didn't even try to dodge. When Bibi's fangs crunched down against that translucent defense, the translucent barrier suddenly glowed with the 7 colors of the rainbow for a moment, and then the colors vanished. HRM. The expression on Clady's face changed. What a powerful attack. Clady didn't dare to let Bibi bite him again, and he quickly charged towards the outside. "Boss, attack him, attack him. That defensive barrier on his body isn't innate to him. It must be some sort of magical spell from a scroll or something. There's got to be a limit to how much it can take. Your attacks will whittle away its energy, and once the energy is gone, he will definitely die." Bibi frantically urged Linley. Linley immediately understood this logic. "You want to escape?" Linley's skin suddenly began to be covered by black scales, and those sharp spikes began to jut out from his elbows and kneecaps. A long, iron whip-like tail sprouted from behind him, and on Linley's back, a row of spikes erupted from his spine. Dragon form. Total dragon form. Even in his normal state, Linley was already a warrior of the 7th rank. After dragon form, he was an early-stage warrior of the 9th rank. Swish. Linley kicked off from the ground, and as he did, the marble beneath his feet cracked. Transforming into a blur, Linley charged directly at Clady. Right now, Clady was only able to rely on that comparatively pitifully small amount of muscle power to run, and thus couldn't move at high speed. Linley's powerful, scale-covered right arm swept its claws ferociously at Clady. Whap! A terrifyingly powerful force smashed against Clady's defensive barrier. Although this barrier was able to protect Clady, it would still be impacted by the momentum of the force. It was as though Clady was inside an incredibly sturdy carriage. When others attacked the carriage, although Clady wouldn't be harmed, the carriage would be sent flying in a certain direction. Naturally, Clady would be sent flying as well. This was exactly that sort of situation. Clady's body was sent flying forward, then smashed directly into wooden screen. The wooden screen totally disintegrated from the power of this blow, but Clady wasn't harmed at all. He rolled to his feet. Dragon Blood Warrior. You actually can transform into a Dragon Blood Warrior. Seeing Linley having truly dragon formed, Clady was totally stunned. Before, Linley's strength wasn't that impressive. But after having taken on the dragon form, he actually possessed the power of a warrior of the 9th rank. The fame of the Supreme Warriors really wasn't hollow. I can't let this continue. Otherwise, this Fate Guard is going to collapse. The thing which Clady counted on the most was this Fate Guard. In the past, the Holy Emperor himself had bequeathed it to Clady. This Fate Guard came from one of the finest defensive magical scrolls in existence, and was powerful enough to allow Clady to withstand a single blow from a Saint-level combatant. Capable of blocking a full power attack from a Saint-level combatant. As for a 9th rank combatant, it could take dozens of blows before shattering. Clady, I refuse to believe that the energy of your magical armor is endless and infinite. The totally dragon-formed Linley walked towards Clady, step by step. Seeing Linley with spikes jutting from his back, his entire body covered in scales, and in particular with that long, whip-like tail, Clady felt he had encountered a human-shaped magical beast. In the past, he wouldn't have been the slightest bit afraid, but right now, he had less than a tenth of his usual power. Whoosh! Clady suddenly scurried forward, flying towards a window. Swish! Linley's draconic tail swept over viciously. Despite moving later, it arrived first, landing directly on Clady's body. Clady's body was sent flying, smashing viciously at a corner of the window. Breaking through the window, Clady's body was sent rolling into courtyard. With a leap, Linley flew out as well, the ground beneath his feet splintering from his jump. You still want to escape? Linley's dragon-formed claws and legs all ferociously attacked Clady, while at the same time, BB continuously bit and scratched at Clady, trying to whittle away the energy in his defensive barrier as quickly as possible. Relying on his significant combat experience, as well as his natural strength as a warrior of the 7th rank, as well as the defensive power of the Fate Guard, Clady did his best to dodge Linley's blows and delay as long as he could. Protect His Majesty! Protect His Majesty! Roar! From outside, the sounds of many people shouting could be heard, as well as the roar of a magical beast. Linley, today, you are doomed to die. Clady was exultant. By now, he could sense that his Fate Guard had only expended half of its energy. It had more than enough to continue to block Linley's attacks. Linley's gaze grew even colder. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. I will kill however many come. Linley's killing intent had boiled to a crescendo. Whap! Linley's draconic tail smashed viciously down on Clady, sending him flying into the courtyard's wall, which immediately began to crack. At the same time, the sharp claws of a black blur fiercely swiped down at Clady's body, smashing Clady hard against the ground yet again. Crash! The closed gate to the courtyard suddenly split open, sending its shattered shards flying everywhere. A 5-meter-long, 3-meter-tall lion with a body of pure white fur charged inside. From its mouth, it spat out hundreds of javelin-sized jade blue spikes, while behind it, a group of palace experts charged in as well. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 30, Even if I die, I'll kill you. The group of warriors who had charged in behind the glacial snow lion were all shocked upon seeing the scene within the courtyard. What is this monster? The creature within the courtyard was covered in black scales, a back covered with a row of sharp spikes that gleamed with a cold, golden light, and an iron whip-like draconic tail that swung back and forth. In particular, when this monster stared at them, they noticed its strange, dark golden eyes. These dark golden eyes were filled with heartlessness, coldness, and murder. Grey. Not afraid in the slightest, the glacial snow lion was the first to charge forward at the monster. The glacial snow lion spat a mass of jade blue javelins from its mouth, but the monster didn't dodge at all, allowing them to strike against his scales. With a thunderous clatter, the air was rent by the sound of the collision. The attack hadn't harmed the monster at all. F***ck off. A guttural, furious voice rang out from the mouth of the monster. Its right leg suddenly transformed into a cylindrical blur and viciously smashed against the glacial snow lion's body. The glacial snow lion was actually kicked away. This was a magical beast of the 8th rank, but it was sent flying away by a single kick. But how could these guards know that having fully dragon-formed, Linley had stepped into the domain of a combatant of the 9th rank? Kill him, kill him. Clady howled loudly with rage. Only now did those experts, who had been stunned by the scene, recover. Immediately, all of them let out angry cries as they drew their weapons and charged towards Linley. At the same time, the magical beast companions belonging to these experts also began to charge at Linley. Magical beast, Frost Wolf. Magical beast, Gore Horse. Magical beast, Mastodon. Magical beast, Blue Wind Warbird. One magical beast after another charged at Linley from the air or from the ground. Linley was like a whirlpool, attracting all of the nearby warriors and magical beasts to attack him. This sort of large-scale focused attack was truly very terrifying. Linley's death-promising gaze was locked onto Clady. BB continued to attack Clady non-stop, reducing the energy remaining in Clady's fate guard. Clady, today, I must kill you. Linley didn't care about the surrounding warriors in the slightest. Right now, the strongest person present was a warrior of the 8th rank. Although in his dragon form, Linley was still just an early-stage 9th rank warrior, Linley had inherited one of the strongest traits of the armored Razorback WYRM, an incredibly terrifying defense. The attack of a warrior of the 8th rank, when landing on Linley's black scales, couldn't hurt Linley in the slightest. The only large-sized man among them, a 2-meter tall, massively muscled man with a waist like a bear, swung a massive battleaxe at Linley. On top of the battleaxe was a layer of blazing red light, causing even the temperature of the air itself to rise. F***ck off. Linley didn't dodge at all. Balling his fierce claws into a fist, he punched at the axe with astonishing speed, splitting the air with the force of his punch. Bam! That massive, sturdy battleaxe was directly smashed into smithereens. Linley's fist didn't slow down in the slightest as it pierced through the warrior's chest. And even as his fist penetrated the man's chest, Linley's other hand came piercing in as well. With a powerful tug from both arms, Linley ripped the warrior into two halves from within. Blood splattered all over Linley's scales, making Linley look all the more like a demon come from the pits of hell. Second bro. The other 3 warriors screamed with rage. The one whom Linley had killed was one of those 4 warriors of the 8th rank. The eyes of the 3 remaining warrior turned red, and alongside their magical beasts, they all charged towards Linley. Whap! Linley's draconic tail suddenly swept at them from the side. One of the warriors who had intended to ambush Linley from behind, a tall, skinny, golden-haired man, was struck on the head by the tail. His head shattered, spraying blood everywhere. He's a demon, a demon. Everyone, kill him. Terrified by Linley's display of might, everyone began to scream and attack. More and more people were pouring in from the more distant courtyards, and even some of the guards that had been originally stationed to protect Linley came charging in to attack Linley as well. Because black scales covered Linley's entire body, even his face, nobody knew that this monster was Linley. In everyone's minds, this was a terrifying demon. Kill it! Your Majesty, hurry, and flee! 2 warriors of the 8th rank leapt over to Clady's side. But just as they finished speaking, a black shadow charged towards them. These 2 warriors had extremely fast reaction times though, and with a tremble, their bodies became blurs as well. Ah! A chunk of flesh from one of the warrior's shoulders was bitten off, and that black shadow continued to attack that warrior. Relying on fierce claws and sharp teeth, in a very short period of time, over 10 pieces of flesh were bitten off that warrior, and blood flowed from everywhere on his body. Having lost too much blood and too much flesh, the warrior began to stagger and stumble. Crunch! A sharp paw directly slapped onto his skull, crushing it and killing him on the spot. BB, focus your attacks on Clady. Linley's voice rang out in BB's mind. Got it, boss. Whoosh. Clady had seized this opportunity to jump out the courtyard. She-yerk. BB's high-pitched screech once more split the air. Transforming into a black blur, BB smashed directly into the wall at high speed. The already cracked wall instantly split apart, and BB charged straight through, attacking Clady frantically. Kill this demon. Everyone, kill him. Clady commanded in a loud voice. Your Majesty. The people in Linley's courtyard were growing greater and greater in number, and thousands of soldiers from the palace had come charging in to protect the king as well. Many nobles as well, having noticed the commotion, immediately ordered their people to protect His Majesty. The number of people in Linley's manor could already be described with the phrase, an ocean of people. People were everywhere. For honor. For honor. A squad of knights of the Radiant Church immediately rushed in front of Clady, and all of them simultaneously attacked that lightning-fast black blur. For the sake of protecting His Majesty, a large number of soldiers were willing to ignore their own safety. Shkree! BB's high-pitched screech once more split the air, and his speed suddenly increased even further. BB's strange blurred body, sharp claws, fierce fangs, and astonishing speed had transformed into the emissary of the god of death, and one warrior after another collapsed. BB directly burrowed through some of their chests. Others were decapitated, their heads sent flying. The skulls of others were shattered. Circling around and around, BB continued to attack Clady. Clady could clearly feel that the energy around his body was continuing to diminish. This pet of Linley's is too terrifying. Only now did Clady totally understand how much power Linley had. Right now, Linley had been totally surrounded and pinned down by an ocean of warriors. He was powerful, true. But under the mass attack of a huge number of magical beasts and warriors, even if he was able to kill a person in a single blow, he would still need to take a long time. I can't delay. Once the saint-level combatants of the Radiant Church arrive, I won't have any chance at all. Seeing the crazed masses set against him, and the warriors screeching words such as for honor and for His Majesty and demon, Linley grew more and more frantic. What's more, many magi were lobbing spells at Linley from afar as well. Whap! Bam! Linley's body seemed to have transformed into a rainbow, as countless magical spells landed on his body. But Linley's defensive abilities were simply too terrifying. The armored Razorback WYRM was praised as the dragon-type beast with the highest defensive power. There was no question about this. Shkree! Far away, BB's screeching cry could be heard, but Linley was surrounded by a sea of soldiers and warriors. He couldn't help but feel frantic. Clady! Father! Mother! Today, even if I die, I will kill him. If worst comes to worst, then our family will reunite in the netherworld. Little Warden, I entrust the Baruch clan to you. Linley said to himself. At this moment, Linley no longer cared about or feared death. Clady! Linley let out a furious roar, and his scale-covered right arm touched his waist. Suddenly, a beautiful violet flash lit the air. Die, all of you, die. Linley began to slaughter. Linley transforming into a tornado, and the violet light flickered around beautifully, its strange radiance flashing here and there. Every place Linley passed by, warriors would fall down, chopped in half or turned into meat paste. The god's word, blood violet. Given blood violet's sharpness, especially when wielded by the dragon-formed Linley, even warriors of the 7th rank were directly chopped in half. A massacre. Wielding blood violet, Linley's rate of slaughter increased tenfold. Wherever that purple light flashed, groups of warriors would fall to the ground. Linley was charging forward in Clady's direction at high speed. Every step forward, he was forced to kill 10 people. Kill! 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 Human blood spurted everywhere like fountains, and shattered bones lay everywhere, as common as mud. The black scale-covered dragon-formed Linley seemed to have truly transformed into a demon from hell. In the face of his massacring charge, one warrior after another collapsed. Nobody could stop his advance. Bam! With each step, Linley made the earth shake. Blood violet danced in his hands, and yet another body collapsed. All of the bushes in the man-made hill nearby had been eradicated long ago, and all of the walls in the manor had toppled as well. Linley finally arrived by Clady's side. Because of BB's constant attacks, Clady hadn't been able to flee anywhere. Linley, must you kill me? Clady glared at Linley. Linley's lips curved upwards, ever so slightly. Must. Ever since his father died and Linley had instructed Hillman to take the Warblade Slaughterer out of the Holy Union, Linley had made his mind up. No matter what, he was going to avenge his father. Ha! His dragon blood battle chi exploding, Linley's arm suddenly, bizarrely expanded in size by an inch, as his physical strength was pushed to the limit. Seeming to shatter and slice through the air itself, the blood-violet god's word in his hands cut down viciously on Clady's body. Bam! Clady was knocked flying by the force of that blow, and his body viciously slammed against that man-made hill. The boulders atop the man-made hill were sent flying everywhere. His body turning into a blur, Linley once more appeared in front of him. Linley seemed to have turned into a tornado, and as he turned, his right leg lashed out fiercely against Clady's neck. Although this blow was once more guarded against by the Fate Guard, Clady's body was still smashed deep into the ground by the force of that blow. Whap! Immediately following Linley's right leg was Linley's draconic tail. Like a whip, it struck harshly again and again on Clady's body. The power that was being slammed onto Clady's body and threw it into the ground was akin to a meteor striking the earth. More than 10 large cracks appeared on the ground, and his body sank into the newly created crevice. The translucent barrier protecting Clady's body was beginning to tremble, and the 7-colored rainbow was flashing wildly, about to break at any moment. It's about to break. Linley exulted wildly. Protect His Majesty. A high-pitched shout rang out. Lord Kaiser. The warriors who had been terrified by the way they had been slaughtered by Linley and Bibi were ecstatic. A powerfully built man with long, flowing jade hair charged forward, a great sword in his hands. The speed of his movements weren't inferior to Linley in the slightest. Linley's heart shook. The second warrior of the 9th rank in the kingdom of Fenley, Kaiser. Not good. Forget it. Linley didn't even turn to look at Kaiser. He quickly chased after Clady, who had seized the opportunity to flee out of the crevice he had been smashed into. Clady's Fate Guard defense had been stretched to the limit, and could shatter at any moment. He had to seize this last moment to kill Clady. Stop! Kaiser howled with rage. Bam! Linley once again smashed a fist against Clady, this time landing an uppercut on Clady's jaw, sending him rising up in the air. Immediately following, Linley's body turned around at high speed and, like a pair of battle axes, his right leg and his iron whip-like tail struck in sequence against Clady's body. Bzzzt, a very strange sound emanated from Clady's body. Clady's body was in midair, and the protective barrier around him was trembling non-stop, glowing with that 7-colored rainbow. But just then, in midair, a black blur flashed towards him, sending a vicious claw against that 7-colored rainbow. Shatter! A clear sound could be heard, and the barrier around Clady's body broke apart. It broke. Seeing this, Linley was wildly happy. He immediately charged directly for Clady, but right at this moment, Kaiser arrived and chopped viciously at Linley with his great sword. But Linley didn't care about the sword in the slightest, continuing to charge directly at Clady. But just at this moment, none of the thousands of battling warriors in Linley's manor had noticed that a person was floating in mid-air, watching from above. Although this person was standing in mid-air, someone staring up at him from below wouldn't be able to see him at all. They would see nothing there. He was very skinny, bald, and wore a long white robe. His face was calm, and he watched the proceedings below with the icy gaze of a god. It was His Holiness, the Radiant Church's Holy Emperor himself. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 31, Won't Accept It? As I suspected, this genius of the Baruch clan is indeed capable of dragon forming. Although it isn't quite the same as the dragon blood warriors of record, despite his youth, he already has the power of a warrior of the 9th rank. The dragon blood warriors live up to their reputation as one of the 4 supreme warriors. The Holy Emperor of the Radiant Church, Haydn's Haiting Si, had a hint of a smile on his face as he watched the going-ons below. The 1,000+ casualties below and the blood-stained earth wasn't enough to make the Holy Emperor's heart quiver even slightly. Kaiser, stop him! Clady shouted frantically. Clady had never imagined that despite being in possession of a Fate Guard, that he would be beleaguered to this extent. What's more, it was within the holy capital of Fenley City. Yes, your majesty. Kaiser called out in response, while sweeping his great sword towards Linley. Linley didn't try to defend against this attack at all. Even if I have to take this blow head on, I am going to kill Clady first. The death of his parents had filled Linley with boundless hatred towards Clady. Only by killing Clady would he be satisfied. Otherwise, even if he died, he would be unsatisfied. Thud. The great sword slammed against Linley's body. Linley had been planning to take this blow head on, but he suddenly realized that, bizarrely, this actually wasn't an attack against him at all. This blow was used to block Linley's charging momentum, while at the same time, Kaiser took advantage of the counter force to knock himself flying towards Clady at an astonishing speed. Swish. BB once more charged towards Clady. Bam. That great sword sliced through the air, blocking BB's way. BB used his fierce claws to exchange a vicious blow against the great sword. Clang. BB only felt a fiery aura emanate from the surface of that great sword, while at the same time, a fierce gust of battle chi raged towards him. BB immediately dodged quickly, but nonetheless that fiery battle chi struck his body. However, relying on his astonishing defensive abilities, BB only somersaulted through the air once before landing on the ground again. Kaiser stood in front of Clady, staring coldly at Linley and BB. Boss, this guy is really tough. BB's fur was standing straight up, and he stared fixedly at Kaiser. Linley could also sense Kaiser's power. In terms of speed, Kaiser wasn't a single bit slower than him, and when he struck with his sword, his speed was even more astonishing. This Kaiser was a true, full warrior of the 9th rank, with significant experience as well. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill His Majesty? Sword in hand, Kaiser stared coldly at Linley. Linley didn't speak. Tapping his waist, the blood-violet god's word once more appeared in his hands. At the same time, Linley immediately utilized the wind-style supporting spell, Supersonic. A supersonic spell of the 7th rank was still capable of raising Linley's speed a bit. A double expert, both magus and warrior. The expression on Kaiser's face changed. Clady. Linley's guttural voice rang out. Right now, there were a group of warriors surrounding Clady, but as far as Linley was concerned, aside from that Kaiser, none of them were capable of opposing him. Swish. Linley furiously stomped the ground, causing the ground to split and crack. Relying on that powerful counterforce, Linley transformed into a merciless black blur and shot straight towards Clady. Whoosh. BB, being spiritually linked with Linley, shot out at the same time. Chi. Chi. The blood-violet god's word transformed into a violet blur of light, piercing directly at Kaiser. With a flip of his wrist, Kaiser's huge sword moved with surprising agility to block Linley's blood-violet. But just at that moment, that previously ramrod-stiff blood-violet god's word suddenly curved, avoiding Kaiser's sword and thrusting directly at Kaiser. It was too close. Kaiser didn't have the chance to dodge at all. Bam! 3 centimeters away from Kaiser's body, the blood-violet god blade suddenly came to a halt, ramming against a layer of blazing red battle chi that was sprung up to protect Kaiser. As a warrior of the 9th rank, Kaiser was incredibly strong, even a bit more so than Linley. This blow having failed, Linley didn't hesitate in the slightest, charging directly towards the nearby Clady. Halt! Kaiser let out a low shout, about to move to block Linley. But from the corner of his eyes, Kaiser noticed a black blur suddenly arrive at the back of his neck. Kaiser knew exactly how terrifying this unique magical beast could be, and he didn't dare to use his battle chi to forcibly block its fierce claws. Kaiser hurriedly and agilely pivoted to dodge, putting some distance between him and BB. Flipping the great sword in his hand again, he chopped directly at BB. Kaiser, come save me. Clady called out frantically. Kaiser couldn't help but grow anxious. Both Linley and this terrifying magical beast had, without question, the power of a combatant of the 9th rank. What's more, that magical beast of Linley's possessed both incredible agility and terrifying defense. Kaiser was confident in his ability to deal with one, but dealing with two was a major headache. Slash. As the blood-violet god's word cut through the air, it left behind a trail of severed limbs and sprays of blood. Linley's dark gold eyes were fixed firmly upon Clady, and he charged towards Clady at high speed. Everyone who sought to block him was bisected by the blood-violet god's word in Linley's hands. Blood had already dyed every inch of Linley's black scales. With each step he took, he killed 10 people. Slash. After chopping away the last 2 warriors guarding Clady, Linley charged directly towards Clady. Don't kill me. Clady was now truly afraid. Kaiser was still being entangled by that astonishingly durable BB, and simply wasn't going to be able to come rescue him. As for the other warriors, they were nothing more than an afterthought to Linley. The power of Linley in his complete dragon form was enough that he would only fear a combatant of the saint level. Even most warriors of the 9th rank would not be enough to make Linley afraid. Clady, die. This time, Linley didn't use his sword. With his right claw, he swiped viciously at Clady's neck. He wanted to rip Clady to death with his own hands. Ah! Clady hurriedly flew backwards at high speed, falling against a man-made hill. But with a single twitch of his legs, Linley once more appeared in front of him. Those fierce claws arrived directly in front of Clady's eyes. Father! Mother! I've finally avenged you. Linley's heart was shaking, and he brought his right claw down with force. The totally unprotected Clady, in front of Linley, was like a toothless, clawless animal. Clady's eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. Through a an extremely strange vibration suddenly emanated from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it totally surrounded Linley, making him feel as though he was sunken in quicksand. His entire body had been bound, and he couldn't use any more force with his right claws. If Linley were to use just a bit more force, he would be able to sever Clady's neck. But Linley wasn't able to move at the slightest. Clady stared, stunned, and then he exulted wildly. Ha, ha 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 ha. Clady began to laugh loudly, and then he slowly retreated several steps before raising his head to stare at the sky. At this moment, a white-robed figure slowly floated over from up above in the sky. It was His Holiness, the Holy Emperor Haydn's. Your Holiness. Clady immediately bowed respectfully. All of the warriors nearby, Kaiser included, were stunned. But then immediately, they all bowed very respectfully and called out respectfully, Your Holiness. The highest authority within the Holy Union. The man with the authority to depose a ruler from his rule. The Holy Emperor, Haydn's, had appeared. The Holy Emperor walked one step at a time towards Linley, and as he did, Linley suddenly felt as though he had escaped from the quicksand and could now move. But facing the Holy Emperor's gaze, Linley only felt his heart quiver. Your Holiness. At this time, another squad rushed over, with 2 cardinals leading them, along with several executors from the ecclesiastical tribunal. Heathen. Guillermo, seeing the totally dragon-formed Linley, was the first to speak, his face changing. The Holy Emperor Haydn's calmly glanced at Guillermo. Guillermo instantly fell silent, not daring to make another sound. Get out. Linley's guttural voice rang out, causing the Holy Emperor Haydn's to look at Linley with some surprise. Despite being affected by the power of his presence, this man still was resisting? Haydn's knew very well that his presence was even more powerful than the presence of most saint-level combatants, because Haydn's was carrying several valuable treasures of the Radiant Church on him. Surrender. Haydn's spoke. Whoosh. Linley suddenly moved, transforming into a blur as he flew towards Clady, while striking in an arc towards Clady with that iron whip-like draconic tail. Without question, the terrifying power of Linley's tail was enough to kill Clady with one blow. Haydn suddenly made a waving gesture with his right hand. Whap! Linley's body was sent flying far away, slamming into a distant man-made hill. Rocks shattered, and blood began to seep out all across Linley's body. From this single blow, his astonishingly sturdy scales had been shattered to the point of allowing blood to be drawn. Haydn glanced at Guillermo. Guillermo understood what Haydn wanted. He shouted an order to the executors of the ecclesiastical tribunal. Take this demon away. Instantly. 4 executors charged towards Linley. Boss. Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley was half kneeling against the man-made hill, and blood was dribbling out of his mouth. Bibi. Leave. Leave now. While they haven't noticed you, leave. I won't leave. Bibi was crouching off in the distance behind the corner of a wall, but continued to mentally converse with Linley. No. With the Holy Emperor present, we no longer have any chance at all. He hasn't noticed you yet, so you have a chance to slip away. Bibi, leave now. I must kill that Clady. Even if I die, I need you to help me kill him. If even you are caught, in the future I will have no chance at all. Boss. Leave. Or else, even if I die, I won't forgive you. Linley roared mentally. In the corner of that wall, Bibi stared at Linley, his little eyes filled with fury, grief, and an unwillingness to depart. Leave now. Linley mentally howled with fury at him. At this moment, those 4 executors had walked to Linley's side and reached out, intending to subdue Linley. But that half-kneeling Linley suddenly rose to his feet, like a praying mantis attacking from ambush. Swish! A violet light flashed. All 4 of them were bisected at the waist. Die! Linley charged towards Clady once again. The expression on Clady's face changed. Even if I die, I will kill you first. Linley howled with rage. HRMPH. The eyes of the Holy Emperor Haydn flashed coldly, and he let out a sneer. His right hand slapped in Linley's general direction, and suddenly, a terrifyingly powerful force appeared out of nowhere, surrounding and pressing down Linley from all sides. Linley felt as though an enormous mountain had just slammed onto his body. Bam! Linley was slammed into the ground. Crack! Linley felt that the bones in his body were suddenly broken in over 10 different places. Totally paralyzed, he lay there on the ground, unable to move again. Nobody, no matter how strong, would be able to move with so many bones broken. Take him away. Guillermo once again ordered. Boss, seeing the sorry state Linley was in, tears were flowing down Bibi's face. Linley was lying on the ground, totally paralyzed. All the bones in his arms, legs and ribs were shattered. He couldn't move at all. The black scales covering him were in even worse shape, and blood flowed out from the flesh beneath the scales, dyeing his entire body red. Boss. Leave. Bibi, leave. Linley was mentally roaring with rage. Several executors of the ecclesiastical tribunal roughly lifted Linley up. Perhaps it was because they had just seen Linley murder 4 of their colleagues, but their hands were not gentle, and as they carried him, they didn't pay any attention to his wounds. This sort of carrying method caused Linley's entire body to be filled with agony. As he was lifted and carried away, Linley continued to stare unblinkingly at Clady. Ha ha, ha ha, Clady began to laugh again. Staring at Clady with those dark gold eyes, Linley roared furiously, if I don't kill you, I won't rest. Even in death, I won't accept it. Linley's voice made the heart of that far-off Bibi quiver. Hearing these words, Clady's heart couldn't help but quiver as well. I won't accept it. 2 trails of tears cascaded down from Linley's eyes. He had been so close to victory. But in the end, he had still failed to kill Clady. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 32. In dire straits. Within the hotel at the end of the Greenleaf Road, Yale and a group of people were waiting. Young Master. His Majesty suffered an attack from some sort of demonic creature at Lord Linley's manor. Right now, many palace guards as well as the warriors of many noble clans have gone to protect His Majesty. A golden-haired man in front of Yale said respectfully. Yale was startled. He knew that Linley wanted to kill Clady, and now, Clady was the target of an assassination attempt. 9 out of 10, this had something to do with Linley. I wonder if this so-called demonic creature is actually Third Bro. Yale began to worry. But Yale could only wait here quietly. He had no other options. Shortly afterwards, another report came. Young Master Yale, that demonic creature has begun a wild slaughterfest. Too many people have died. Lord Linley's manor has become a river of blood, and is littered with corpses. Yale secretly felt shocked. Third Bro is really formidable. But I don't know if Third Bro will be able to escape in the end. Yale could only continue to wait. One report after another continued to come. Young Master Yale, that demonic monster's violet sword is far too powerful. Wherever that violet flash appears, death follows. Countless people have died within the manor. Of the palace guards, many platoons, and even entire companies have been wiped out. Upon hearing this, Yale became even more certain. A violet sword? Could it be that blood-violet sword? Yale, Reynolds, and George all knew that Linley was in possession of a blood-violet godblade. In particular, Yale suddenly recollected something about Linley's clan. The Baruch clan is the clan of the Dragon Blood Warriors. Can it be that Linley transformed into a Dragon Blood Warrior? The so-called demonic creature could very well be Linley after having transformed into a Dragon Blood Warrior. Thinking about how his beloved bro was currently being attacked by thousands of men and beasts and was engaging in a wild battle, Yale couldn't help but worry even more. Third Bro. Yale's fists clenched, relaxed, clenched, relaxed. All of the people present could sense his nervousness. Young Master Yale. His Holiness, the Holy Emperor appeared. He heavily injured that demonic creature, and it has already been dragged back to the Radiant Temple. The final report came back. Yale's face turned white, devoid of all blood. Upon hearing the words, His Holiness, the Holy Emperor appeared, Yale knew that things had just gone from bad to worse. Squeak squeak. A black blur suddenly appeared within the hotel. Bibi. Seeing this shadow mouse, Yale instantly ran over to it. Bibi. Where is Third Bro? Yale immediately looked at Bibi, asking desperately. The little shadow mouse, Bibi, didn't have any of his usual exuberance. He only stared at Yale, then lowered his head and let out a few dejected squeaks. Yale could sense the grief and pain hidden within Bibi's eyes. Although Bibi was a magical beast, his intelligence was no lower than that of a human. Swish. Bibi's body flickered, and he suddenly disappeared from in front of Yale. Yale was startled. Young Master Yale. A nearby person said softly. Go back. Go find my second uncle. Yale suddenly rose to his feet and issued orders to his men. Within one of the more secluded private rooms on the 9th floor of the Radiant Temple, Linley had been tossed inside the room like a dying dog. For Linley to be imprisoned within the Radiant Temple was actually still a testament to how highly the Radiant Church valued Linley. The Radiant Temple was the heart of the Radiant Church. This was a place which even saint-level combatants dared not to trespass into. Ah! All the scales on Linley's body had already retracted back inside. Currently, Linley's body was covered with blood, and he had more than 10 visible wounds. These wounds were all caused by the Holy Emperor, Haydn's. His visible wounds were very serious. But his internal wounds were even worse. The bones of all 4 of his limbs had been broken. Linley could only grit his teeth as he tried to force his body to move, but all he could accomplish was resting his head against the wall. Linley. Ring Coward flew out of the coiling dragon ring. He looked at Linley, and his eyes were filled with affection and helplessness. Grandpa Ring. Linley looked at Ring Coward. Ring Coward sighed mentally towards Linley. Linley, do you feel any regret? Regret? Linley shook his head. No. In fact, in this life, I have only two desires. The first is to reclaim the lost glory of my clan. The second is to reach the highest pinnacle of power and training that I can reach. But if I do not gain my revenge, I probably won't even be able to sleep well. I would be in torment my entire life. Ring Coward nodded. He could understand Linley's frame of mind. I lost. Ha. I lost. Linley laughed lightly. His entire body hurt. Right now, most likely any person at all could easily trample him. He lost. As soon as the Holy Emperor had appeared, Linley knew. He lost. And losing meant death. Linley had been aware of this long ago. In this world, many people died every day. Linley never believed that it was impossible for him to die. Linley, you probably won't die. Ring Coward said. Huh? Linley looked questioningly at Ring Coward. Ring Coward laughed calmly. If that Holy Emperor wanted to kill you, he would have killed you long ago. How could it be that he would have acted against you several times, yet still spared your life? In addition, you haven't considered the fact that most likely, a ruler of a kingdom holds less attraction for him than you do. Linley suddenly began to understand a bit. The second greatest genius magus in all of history, someone likely to become a saint-level grand magus. And now, the Holy Emperor has discovered that you are a dragon blood warrior as well. Most likely, he would be all the more reluctant to kill you now. The dragon blood warriors are one of the supreme warriors. Upon entering the saint level, you will definitely be one of the most powerful saint level combatants. In terms of attack power alone, you definitely won't be any inferior to the Holy Emperor himself. Ring Coward said with certainty. Supreme warriors were very terrifying. Most people, upon entering the saint level, would have to progress through the so-called early stage, middle stage, and peak stage. But upon entering the saint level, a supreme warrior, especially in dragon form, would definitely be a peak stage saint level combatant with incredible defense and offense. Even amongst peak stage saint level combatants, the supreme warriors would probably be amongst the most powerful. A genius like you, Haydns won't be willing to kill unless there's absolutely no options available. After finishing his speech, Ring Coward flew back into the coiling dragon ring. Linley's heart was very calm. Life, death. The thing which Linley truly cared about was vengeance. I'm afraid that even if he spares me, Haydns won't allow me to kill Clady. Linley knew very well that having failed to kill Clady this time, in the future, it would be very hard for him to kill Clady. If he couldn't kill Clady, in his heart, Linley wouldn't be able to accept it. Who knows when I will be able to get vengeance? Linley's heart was filled with helplessness. Within the highest floor of the Radiant Temple, the Holy Emperor, Haydns, was sitting calmly on his seat. Guillermo was staring at the Holy Emperor in shock. Your Holiness, that demon was Linley. But. At first, Guillermo hadn't known that person was Linley, but after the scales had retracted into Linley's body, Guillermo discovered his identity. This had totally shocked the man. That wasn't a demon. That was a dragon blood warrior. Haydns glanced calmly at Guillermo. Guillermo was startled, but then he quickly understood. Right, the Baruch clan is the clan of the dragon blood warriors. But it has been over 1,000 years since the dragon blood warrior clan has produced a dragon blood warrior. It's unimaginable that Linley was actually, Your Holiness, that was a dragon blood warrior. Remembering how terrifying Linley had appeared, Guillermo felt his heart tremble a bit. Perhaps a mutated version. but it should be a dragon blood warrior transformation, yes. Otherwise, how could he rise in power so quickly? Haydn said calmly. This Linley's potential is too great. Although this time, his offense was a major one, there are very few outsiders who know that demon was actually Linley. Guillermo instantly understood Haydn's meaning. Linley's potential is too great? Guillermo sighed to himself. Linley's potential was absolutely terrifying. Not only was his potential as a magus incredible, he was also a supreme warrior. In both aspects, he was a very terrifying person. If such a person could remain within the Radiant Church, in several decades, the Radiant Church would almost assuredly have another supreme combatant. Indeed. Your Holiness, others all say that it was a demon. Aside from those executors who dragged Linley back, nobody else knows this demon was Linley. Guillermo said respectfully. Oh. Those four. Deal with them. Haydn said coldly. Yes, Your Holiness. Guillermo said respectfully. It is their good fortune to be able to return to the Lord's embrace. Guillermo then said softly, right. Your Holiness, another person knows that the demon is actually Linley. You mean, Clady? Haydn said softly. Yes, Your Holiness. Guillermo said. Questioningly, he wondered, clearly, this Linley has an extremely deep grievance with Clady, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to this extent to kill him. Your Holiness, Clady is the ruler of the kingdom of Fenley. If we are to preserve Linley, perhaps we should have a chat with Clady. Yes, we should have a chat. A hint of a smile was on Haydn's face. I am very curious. What sort of deep grievance and enmity does Linley have with Clady? Late in the evening, Clady arrived at the top floor of the Radiant Temple. Your Holiness. Clady bowed respectfully. The Holy Emperor, Haydn's, was seated on his chair, leafing through a few thick tomes. Without even looking up, he said, Clady. In your opinion, who is more important to the Holy Union? You or Linley? Clady's heart thumped hard. The Holy Emperor means to preserve Linley. Clady's heart began to grow frantic. After having experienced this event, he now knew that Linley's father and mother were killed as a result of him, even though he didn't do it himself. In terms of responsibility for the deaths of Linley's parents, he, Clady, probably bore 90% of the responsibility. That year in the past, if it hadn't been for Clady deciding to take Linley's mother and offer her up, how could she have ended up dying? And how would Linley's father have died? Clady remembered very clearly that look of unrelenting hatred in Linley's eyes, even as Linley had been dragged away after being heavily wounded by the Holy Emperor. This Linley will fight with me until one of us dies. He cannot be allowed to live. Clady said to himself. Clady, the outside world all believe that it was a demon. Nobody knows that it was Linley, yes. Haydn's looked at Clady. Hearing these words, Clady even more was certain of the Holy Emperor's intentions. He hurriedly said, Your Holiness, that Linley truly is an incredible talent. Most likely, he is the greatest genius to have appeared in thousands of years, both as a magus as well as a warrior. He is an absolute genius. It is very understandable that Your Holiness would desire to have him be of use to the Radiant Church. But, it is already determined that he will not be of service to our church. These words from Clady caused Haydn to frown. His eyes stared coldly at Clady. Clady's heart quivered in fear. But he knew that if Linley didn't die, then he would never have a moment's peace again. Your Holiness, do you know why Linley wishes to kill me? Clady hurriedly said. Summarize. Haydn said coldly. Clady immediately said, Your Holiness, the reason Linley wishes to kill me is because 12 years ago, I sent people to abduct his mother. And then, his father, in the course of investigating his mother's disappearance, was killed. His mother and father, it can be said, died because of me. The enmity sowed by the deaths of one's parents is indeed a great one. Haydns nodded. But your holiness, do you remember that woman from 12 years ago? That woman I gifted to you, your holiness. Clady looked at Haydns. Haydns started. Are you saying? The look on Haydns' face changed. Right. That woman was Linley's mother. Clady said in a resounding, loud voice. Your holiness, if Linley is to remain within the Radiant Church, then as his station rises, he will begin to learn some of the secrets of the Radiant Church. He will definitely discover how and why his mother died. By then, is it even remotely possible that he would still be loyal to the Radiant Church? Clady let out a mental sigh of relief. He trusted that given the situation, Haydns would definitely decide to act appropriately. Yes, Linley's potential was high. But the more powerful that Linley became, the greater a threat he would pose to the Radiant Church once he discovered the truth. If this is the case, pity. What a waste of a talent. Haydns let out a single sigh.